Good morning, everyone. Before we move to the agenda, can I please ask those with mobile phones and electronic devices to make sure they are set to silent. I intend to break today for 1 p.m. for lunch. Moving on to the agenda, the first item, apologies for absence. May I ask the Chief Executive to report any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Brewis, Councillor Hoyes and Councillor Young.
Thank you very much indeed. I wish to pass on the Council's best wishes to Councillor Dennis Hoy, who was took ill on Monday. I'm sure you all agree that I will send him our best wishes. Moving on to item 2, declarations of interest. Do councillors have any interest they wish to declare? Please note that councillors are reminded there is no need to declare an interest if it has already been recorded on the Register of Disclosable Pecuniary Interests in accordance with the relevant authorities' Disclosure Pecuniary Interests Regulations 2012, or if the councillor has received a dispensation from the monitoring officer for the purpose of this meeting. Are there any interests any councillor wishes to declare? No, thank you. Moving on then to item 3, minutes of the meeting held on the 13th of December. I move that the minutes of the meeting of the County Council held on the 13th of December 2013 be approved as a correct record and signed by the Chairman. All in favour? Thank you. Item 4, submissions of petitions. We have 2 petitions for submission today. The first one is regarding the Council has received a petition requesting street lighting along the A153 Willoughby Road from the traffic lights at Ancaster to the Sudbrook turning after Woodland Waters. Mr. Garwood is here to present his petition. He has 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Garwood?
Okay. My name is Mick Garwood, owner of Ancaster Service Station, Willoughby Road. I wish to present a petition here today to demand for the street lighting along the Willoughby Road from the traffic lights at Ancaster to the Sudbrook turning after the Woodland Waters and the Mirco petrol station. This petition is on behalf of both the residents and all of the people of Ancaster who walk, cycle, run along the footpath on the stretch of the road as above on the 153. The petition is about the safety and the welfare of all of these people. So why do we want street lighting along Willoughby Road? To the turning of Sudbrook, to increase pedestrian safety, to reduce vehicle speeds, to improve crossing any part of the road for the children, especially in the winter dark months, the children being picked up and dropped off by the school buses at Sudbrook Lane and at Woodland Waters and at the Mirco garage. To reduce the numbers of the accidents and collisions for all the users, they have had plenty over the years, and some very serious accidents. Somewhere the helicopter has had to be called out. Police officers who regularly monitor and do speed traps have told us that they will not carry out this in the hours of darkness, due to calling this a death trap road. Every day people walk along this path coming from the village either to the woodlands or walking their dogs, etc, etc. People staying at Woodland Waters who take walks, safety for the residents who live along the 153 who have been broken into but have not been able to see anything on CCTV because it is so dark. Statistics say also the street lighting reduces crime and accidents up to 70% as to the RSPBA. As you can see, attached with this letter, I have signatures from the residents of Ancaster and along with the owners of the businesses. Signatures of police officers and councillors which are in favour for this to go ahead. We are demanding that the request for the street lighting please go ahead to be put along the A153. There is electric poles already in place which could save money for the lighting. May I just mention that I've got a signature here from officer in the accident investigation officers, and very much in favour is Councillor Cavery Brown. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Gull. Would you like to step forward to present your petition? With regard to this petition, the Executive Director, Performance and Governance has determined that the petition requesting street lighting along the A153 Willoughby Road from the traffic lights at Ancaster sub-returning after Woodland Waters be referred to Executive Councillor for the Highways and Transport. The second petition is from Mr. Justice Mackenzie. The petition is the Council has received a petition requesting action to be taken to support a rail bridge at Tallington Level Crossing, sited so that the link road goes around the back of the village, and to resist a network rail proposal for a route going through the village. Mr. Mackenzie, you have 3 minutes in which to speak.
Councillors, good morning. I'm here to present for your consideration a petition signed by over 130 residents from the 190 villages of Tallington. They petition you to do 2 things. Firstly, to prevent, as a matter of urgency, a network rail plan to drive a rail bridge link road through our village, and secondly, to work with Network Rail to site the bridge so as to use the link road route, which has been planned since 1956, that goes round, safely round, to the north of the village. Now, why is this matter of urgency? Since the queues at the Tallington Level Crossing have for years been notorious. The Lincolnshire County Council Highways Department have known about this for years, but have been content to leave the notion of building a bypass well down its list of priorities. Currently it is languishing, I understand, in the forget-it region of number 24. This is now a much more urgent matter because Network Rail intend to build a rail bridge because their plan is to increase the number of trains to the point where effectively that level crossing will be closed permanently. Therefore, they do have to build the bridge. But they want LCC to pay for the link road. And so far, the council has said, no, we haven't got the money. Therefore, the through village route has been planned by Network Rail and the LCC Highways Department as a cheaper option. Just that, it's a cheaper option, therefore it has been proposed. Now this must not, with respect, happen. If you let it happen, there will be 3 immediate consequences. 1, the plan is to demolish homes in the village. We have a Network Rail letter saying as much, and we have an LCC Highways Department plan showing as much. It would make the road far more dangerous for villagers trying to cross the road as they need to, and the increase in the traffic noise and pollution would have a dramatic negative impact on the lives of the villagers. So we need 2 things. We have seen Councillor Davies agree with us that this route must not go through, but we need this to be ratified as council policy. We need a joint declaration from LCC and Network Rail saying it's not going to happen. And secondly, we need the council to work with the government agencies to create the funds to build the road round the village along the route, the only viable route which has been since 1956. Now what happens to the village is wholly in your hands.
Unfortunately, Mr. Mackenzie, your time is up.
We ask that this is referred to the Highways Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mackenzie. If you'd like to step forward to present your petition. Thank you. With regard to this petition, the Executive Director Performance and Governance has determined that the petition requesting action to be taken to support a rail bridge at the Tallington Level Crossing, cited so that the link road goes around the back of the village, and to resist a network rail proposal for a route to go through the village be referred to the Executive Councillor for Highways and Transport. Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie, and very much indeed. Moving on now to item number 5 on the agenda, Chairman's announcements. I'd first of all like to welcome warmly Councillor Leslie Rollings, recently elected representative for the Scotland Rural Division, who is attending her first meeting for the County Council. Welcome. My civic engagement since the last council meeting have again been varied and given me the opportunity to continue visiting places within Lincolnshire and meeting interesting people. I thank my wife Linda for supporting me on these engagements, and also Councillor Bill Aaron and Amanda Jobe, Vice Chairman and Lady, for representing us at civic functions when, due to other commitments, we have been able to attend. My duties have included hosting 35 Nigerian lawyers who were here in Lincolnshire for a conference on democracy at the University of Lincoln, followed by the university's graduation ceremony where we had the opportunity to meet staff and students. I was pleased also to be able to present at the Lord Lieutenant's Reserve Forces reception at RAF Cranwell. I was also honoured to receive the Commonwealth flag from the Lord Lieutenant of Lincolnshire, which Lincolnshire County Council will be proudly flying on Commonwealth Day, 10th of March, which you're all welcome to attend. I was pleased to hear that Councillor Marianne Overton has been awarded the MBE in Her Majesty the Queen's New Year's Honours for services to local government, and I'm sure we will all join in congratulating Councillor Overton on this prestigious achievement. Finally, this will be David O'Connor's last full council meeting before he retires in April. David has made a hugely positive impact during his 9 years with the council, latterly as Executive Director of Performance and Governance. He has been involved with most of the council's big projects during his time with us, including most recently the successful introduction of superfast broadband across the county. His wealth of knowledge and experience has been put to full use, and we have consistently improved our performance and enhanced our reputation as a leading local authority, for which we are grateful. On behalf of the council, David, I would like to thank you for all you've done and wish you well for the future. Finally, a complete itinerary of civic engagement since my last meeting of this council are on deposit in the members' foyer. We now move on to item 6, statements, announcements by the leader and members of the executive. Statements by the leader and members of the executive are detailed as report reference 6 in the agenda previously circulated. I would now like to invite the leader or members of the executive to make any announcements. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. I've just got one further announcement. Members will probably be aware that we announced on Wednesday that Serco Limited have won the competition to be the preferred bidder to organise our back office, our support services from 2015 onwards. The formal decision will be made by the executive a week on Tuesday, whether or not to accept that offer, and indeed the future of the call centre as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, are there any other statements by executive members? If not, we'll move on then to item number 7, questions to the Chairman, the leader, executive councillors. I'm anxious to allow a good spread of questions across the chamber within the time allocated. I intend to allow a maximum of 45 minutes for questions. I'm expecting councillors to be disciplined because of the time available. Would councillors wishing to ask questions please indicate by pressing their button to join the queue, and may I remind councillors that once you've joined the queue you do not need to press your button when I invite you to speak or to sit down. The first question I have is from Councillor Kev Clark to Councillor Colin Davey.
Thank you. Morning, Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Right, park and ride is an essential function for Lincoln, and of course for the development of the tourist industry. This can be illustrated by the fact that in the near future, when they have the Magna Carta celebrations, thousands of people are going to descend on Lincoln. With this issue being so near to the people of Lincoln's hearts, could you give me any update and if there is any positive development on this issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Clark, for the question. I will say that I am mindful that 2015 is going to be a very important year, not just for the city, but for Lincolnshire, with Magna Carta celebrations and the reopening of the castle. We are working behind the scenes and having discussions with our partners about the best ways of managing traffic flows in the city, and we obviously want to ensure the visitor experience when they arrive here is the best it possibly can be. Therefore, I will assure you that we are having discussions behind the scenes to how we are going to manage traffic flows in the city for 2015, and I'll report back to Council in the future.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Davey. Next question is for Councillor Dan McNally for Councillor Colin Davey.
No, sorry, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to invite you to a visit to Donanook and see for yourself the unacceptable state of the car park that seems to have been built under the sea level, with minimal parking space and also a number of other issues. Even though the residents objected to the original scheme and it still went ahead, it should be, as a matter of course, be built correctly in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey.
I'm happy to accept your offer of a visit to Donanook with you, so we'll schedule that accordingly. Obviously, again, as regards the first question, when people visit our coastline or our city or anywhere else in the county, we want that experience to be as best as possible, and good car parking is one of those things that should be there. So we will look at that, and I'll happily come and see you at Donanook.
Thank you very much indeed. The next question is Councillor Hugo Marfleet for Councillor Colin Davey.
Morning, Chairman. In relation to the recent flooding events across the UK, focus will be towards areas of population. This is of great concern to agriculture, related businesses and countryside communities. It is critical that rivers, drains and sea defences are maintained, that embankments are in good condition and accessible for maintenance, dredged and improved to protect against flood risk. Can we look at a Lincolnshire pilot project where we, the local lead flood risk and drainage authority, firstly identify who is best placed to maintain which main rivers and flood defences, and secondly, in a non-drainage board farming area, how we establish a cooperative approach along rivers and drains for water level management to work, when the priorities for one organisation is low, yet locally to another organisation is high risk and high priority.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you again, Councillor Marfleet, for that question. I would say this, I mean, the events of the last few months have been catastrophic in some parts of the country. Over 6,000 properties nationally have been flooded. 10% of those approximately were in Boston alone. So we should not forget the impact on Lincolnshire. In terms of the way we've worked in Lincolnshire, I think we have a great local partnership which involves the Environment Agency, the drainage boards, ourselves and other partners. And I want to ensure in the future that that strong local relationship is what is used to deliver resilience in terms of flood defences. I quite agree with you though, Councillor Marfleet, the drainage boards are key in managing the local issues. And I will be very strongly supportive of ensuring that they take a lead, certainly in the non-drainage board areas, in working with the farming community. The County Council and the LEP are both absolutely committed in terms of growing the agri-food sector in our county, and we need to make sure that water management, not just to protect against water, but also to make sure that in times of drought we have water where we need it. These issues need to be dealt with, and we need to have a long-term plan to do that. But we're only going to succeed in that if we all work together in a strong local partnership, and I think that's what we have in Lincolnshire, but I certainly think we can strengthen it further.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Davey. The next question is Councillor Mrs Marianne Overton to Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Bearing in mind that this county, Lincolnshire County Council area, suffered substantial damage from the flooding in early December, can I ask what Councillor Hill is considering to do to make sure that Mr Cameron's promise of money is no object actually comes to Lincolnshire as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you. Obviously, when we did have the flooding on the East Coast, and particularly in Boston before Christmas, that was a national profile, and obviously there was a visit which I attended by the Secretary of State for Environment, Owen Paterson, and it was made clear then that there would be support. The Boston Borough Council have applied to the Bellwyn scheme, which is a government scheme to support councils who've had a large demand on the resources for these sort of incidents, and we are supporting them in that. We don't qualify ourselves for the Bellwyn because it is on a percentage of your total spend. In addition, it was made clear at the time that, as members will be aware, the County Council is supporting the barrage, Boston barrage, to the tune of £11 million to a £90 million scheme, which enables that scheme to go ahead. Otherwise, it wouldn't hit the Environment Agency criteria. So, as is always in the past, we have done a lot, and we do a lot, continue to do a lot to support flood defence. But as Mrs Overton has said, the Prime Minister said money no object. I'm not sure whether that was the whole country he was talking about or just the Thames Valley, I don't know. But we will certainly make the case, and any extra money which is available, we shall make sure we do that. And I think there are some issues, particularly around insurance, which hopefully the dramatic events of the last few months will bring to a head, so we get to a position which is probably more sensible than we are at the moment.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hill. Next question, Councillor Bog McAlley to Councillor Macaulay. Do apologise. For Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Yes, you're quite correct. It is Macaulay. My question to Councillor Davis is: the people of Lincolnshire would benefit greatly should the M11 ever be completed from Cambridge to Grimsby. It would bring jobs, business growth and investment. Councillor Davis gave a very negative response in an interview on Look North at the prospect of this. He also inferred that the County Council would not support such a scheme. So my question to Councillor Davis is, why would the County Council not support such a scheme that would bring this wealth into Lincolnshire, and do we not get a debate on such an important development for Lincolnshire? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Macaulay, for asking the question. It's a good opportunity to mention it. I think there are two questions, really. Personally, firstly, if we had £26 billion, is this how should we spend it? My personal view is that government tends to be rather rubbish at spending money, and we'd be far better off giving people a tax break because they tend to be better than spending it. The second question really is, would actually, with respect, a motorway that drove through the Wolds, that didn't go to any of our major residences or towns or conurbations or come even here to Lincoln, that goes straight up to the Humber, would it actually do any benefit for Lincolnshire? When I talk to colleagues in Essex and Northamptonshire about the impact that, for example, the M11 has had, it's great for people in Cambridge. It's not good for people in Essex. It joins these two areas up, but actually all that would happen is we'd spend £26 billion. That's, and I'm being frank, if it is ever going to happen, and we're talking post-2020, we'd spend £26 billion driving 4 lanes, 5 lanes, 6 lanes through the middle of Lincolnshire, not going to any of our towns or cities, and actually not delivering the improvements we need. If the government, rather than engaging in gesture politics, actually wants to make the road network in the UK and the East Midlands better, spend 10% of that money. Let's dual some of the roads we have. Let's dual the A15, let's dual the A17, let's dual the A46. Last week, Councillor Davey and I were in Skegness talking to local businesses in the town council, and one of the things they said that's impacted them most significantly over the last few years is the dualling of the A46 between Lincoln and Leicester. Why can't we recreate that for a fraction of the money? And in fact, if the government has these vast pots of cash available, why can't we start to address some of the issues that the East Midlands East Coast Railway have introduced to us? For £500 million, we could remove pinch points. So actually, the question is about reality. Let's have some. If there is that money out there, let's have it today rather than promising it for the future.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. No, there's no response. Sorry, Councillor McCanny. Can I remind members, please keep their mobiles switched off. We're getting some interference with mobiles, so either switched off or switched to silent. Thank you. The next question is Councillor John Hoff for Councillor Martin Hill.
The leader of the Methodist Church in Lincolnshire, along with a number of other church leaders nationally yesterday, drew attention to the unacceptable number of families whose incomes are so far below the poverty line they have to go to food banks to survive. What measures does the County Council propose to alleviate the plight of the families in the county who have to choose between feeding their children and keeping them warm?
Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, since last year, we are actually now responsible for delivering a crisis fund, which is a fund made available, which previously was given out by the Department of Work and Pensions, and I think from memory it's something like £1.5 million in that order. So people who are in desperate straits can apply to the County Council, and we will make sure that they are actually able to carry on. We are progressing with that fund, and there was a debate earlier, as Councillor Hoff will remember, that we don't actually give cash out. What we will do is make sure that anybody who really is in need of this support will get it, and obviously then we can give them a leg up and that actually help them to move on and make something better of their lives. So we do support them, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Anne Reynolds, I do apologise, for Councillor Colin Davey.
Thank you, Chairman. I've actually received answers by email to the question I was putting forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Next question then is Councillor Bob Adams for Councillor Martin Hill.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Would the Leader of the Council agree with me that legal aid in pursuit of a judicial review would be a totally inappropriate use of public funds?
Councillor Hill.
Yes, I would, and I'm referring to an article in last week's Lincolnshire Echo where the gentleman who has applied for legal aid, for a judicial review of the Council's decision to reform the library service, was in the paper explaining why he felt this appropriate. In fact, he lived on Monks Road in Lincoln, just around the corner from the Central Library. I suppose you could question that, but my main personal view about that, and I understand I've been led to believe this is a member of the Labour Party, so I invite Labour councillors to consider this, that there have been judicial reviews about every single council which has tried to reform its library service and save money, so that's no surprise, but I do think it's highly inappropriate that some people would rather use taxpayers' money to get the council taxpayer than to actually argue about the case. I have no problem people disagreeing, and if people feel they wish to take a judicial review, so be it. But if they feel that strongly, and there are a lot of people from outside Lincolnshire who seem to be quite vociferous in this, people who aren't Lincolnshire taxpayers, if they want to take a judicial review, put their money where their mouth is and pay for it themselves. Don't expect the taxpayer to actually spend money on this. So I invite, if this gentleman is a member of the Labour Party, and I'm not sure about that, I would hope that Labour councillors here would actually ask him to think again, and if it's considered necessary to have a review, let people pay for it themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. The next question is Councillor Helen Powell for Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's just, excuse me, with the recent flooding effects down in Somerset, in my division at Bourne, where there's lots of fundraising going on for all sorts of things, I rang the Somerset County Council and to see if there was anything that we could help with for the domestic requirements of these displaced people in the halls and everything. So originally I thought about it locally, but I just thought if we did this as a county-wide issue, it could be broadcast in the county news that actually goes out to every single house, and we could do it as a county council. I've not heard anything back from them yet as to what they would actually require, because I did ask them to pinpoint the items.
Councillor Powell, what's your direct question to Councillor Davey?
Is that possible for us to do it as a county council? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davey? Do apologise, Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Yes, members will probably know, probably not all know, that we already support those areas, and members of the fire service certainly have been down to the Thames Valley. I don't think I think they volunteered to go to Somerset, and we are, as ever, happy to support those areas which do need support. I think Councillor Trollope-Bellew is more of an expert in Somerset than I am and the levels, but I think we'll probably keep him out of it, actually, when I think about it. But we do support it, and obviously, as with Boston, there is support, and obviously we welcome support from other areas for our difficulties in Boston and the East Coast, and we will continue. But I think there is a lot of support, and actually, importantly, a big debate about how we can stop this happening again.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Phil Dilks for Councillor Nick Worth.
Morning, Nick. Councillor Worth, when you came to Deepings in September to what turned out to be the biggest public protest meeting in the county against your plans to remove statutory library provision, you encouraged campaigners to volunteer to run our historic library building. Imagine the shock of campaigners to discover only last month from Lincolnshire Police, of all people, that for at least the past 9 months, without any public consultation, the County Council has been working on a secret plan to sell off that much-loved library building and possibly use part of the proceeds to provide a new library elsewhere.
And your question, Councillor Dilks, please?
Yeah, why did you not tell the truth to the people of the Deepings?
Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Chairman, and Councillor Dilks for that. The separate to the library consultation, there was a property review that is still, as far as I'm aware, ongoing within the County Council, and that will be reporting back with the findings of that property review that is taking part across all properties that the council owns right around the county. That is a separate review, completely separate from the council's library consultation, and at the time I came to visit your very well attended consultation in the Deepings, I was unaware of the details of that property review, and until that comes back to the council, I won't be able to know the details or the outcomes of that review. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Worth. Councillor Colin Mayer for Councillor Colin Davey.
Thank you, Chairman. On reflection, I don't actually know whether this is appropriately directed at Councillor Davey. I think several executive councillors would be involved in this. We're under enormous pressure in Lincolnshire to build tens of thousands of houses. We're already seeing with developments and proposed developments issues with primary schools that are already stuffed full and need expanding, roads that won't be able to cope, problems with flooding or potential flooding, sewage. And my question is, what is or will be done to integrate infrastructural support for these very large housing development programmes?
Thank you, Councillor Davey.
I could go on for a while about this, but I will just say this. I think that the planning of the future, the planning of new development, the planning for business growth, the planning for infrastructure, it's a single process. It's not a bit we do separately. And obviously the County Council and the 3 central Lincolnshire authorities, North Kesteven, West Lindsey and the City, are working together on the new local plan for this area. And likewise we're working with South Holland and with Boston as well. And you know, we do talk to East Lindsey and South Kesteven too. But I'm very clear, we should not do things unless we've got proper plans for infrastructure in place first. There is no point plonking 10,000 new homes in the middle of the countryside without planning the roads, the doctors, the school places. So there needs to be a much better integrated approach going forward in the future. And I would say also that we're going to need, in terms of the flood issues, we're going to need to build homes differently. They're going to need to be much more water resilient. And, you know, like they do in America in flood zones, they put the garages underneath and the homes on top. Why can't we do that in some parts of Lincolnshire too? So, you know, I want to see growth, and I want to see housing continue. You know, we have a clear demand for new homes in Lincolnshire, but we're going to need to build them differently. We're going to need to plan them better.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Next question, Councillor William Webb for Councillor Richard Davis.
Mr. Chairman, question to Councillor Davis. Is the County Council's highway maintenance funding fairly spread across the county. I represent several rural villages over 50 miles from Lincoln, and we feel isolated and somewhat forgotten. Following speculation both from councillors and from the media, could the portfolio holder for highways and transport reassure us that the highway maintenance budget is spent fairly and equitably across the county?
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Councillor Webb, for this question. I think it's important that to raise this issue. It's been flagged up a number of times, as I'm sure your members will be aware of. Annually, we spend around £50 million, Mr. Chairman, on maintaining the roads, of which half is devolved to the 4 divisions that we have in Lincolnshire. For members' benefit, we're going to put together a bit more of a detailed briefing and circulate it on this. But in short, the budgets are disaggregated in as much as each area is assessed based on mileage, condition of the road, and need, and the money is apportioned appropriately. We constantly review this budget, and it's something I've looked into in a great deal of detail, and I'm very confident to give you that reassurance, Councillor Webb, that that's done fairly. The remaining half of the maintenance budget is then used for capital programmes primarily around the principal road network. So that can be the Partney bypass work, that can be 1073 work, that can be work for the A17 main repair work as well that's been underway or shortly to be underway. I think when I joined the council, my big concern, and Councillor Parker may remember this, was that everything was coming to Lincoln. I remember approaching him as chairman of the Value for Money Committee at the time and asking this very question. Since that time, I have dug through the highways budget, and I'm now in a position to do that, wanting to be right, wanting it that everything comes to Lincoln. And unfortunately, I find myself in a difficult position of agreeing with perhaps the Labour benches that very often the money doesn't come to Lincoln. Lincoln is about to go through a period of some money being spent here, but historically, the big capital programmes haven't happened in Lincoln. It's been a fairly even spread, and I'm confident to continue that policy moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Next question is Councillor Sarah Dodds for Councillor Patricia Bradwell.
A paper is coming to adult scrutiny on Wednesday concerning our vital day services. What consultation has been carried out with service users, carers and with the wider public in planning this new service? And can you reassure us that the key driver for it is meeting the needs of vulnerable adults and not just saving costs?
Thank you, Councillor Bradwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Dodds. Yes, this work's actually been going on now for quite some time. The predecessor, Councillor Marsh, did start this in 2012, and they did quite a bit of work with carers and with the people who work within the day services. When I actually took over adult care in May, we did actually have a re-look at it, and actually that's probably delayed it slightly because I wanted to be assured that we had some employees who wanted to take over the day centres, that we had done a proper consultation and we'd given them all the information. So a lot of work's being perhaps redone again with carers and people wanting to, who thought they would like to take over the day centres, because I wasn't quite sure that they understood the TUPE arrangements, pension, liabilities and all sorts of things like that. It's so complicated. We've now finished that, and yes, we're going to take a paper, I'm very pleased, in next week to adult services. But one of my main drivers is, because I have been around some of the day centres, some of them aren't quite fit for purposes we'd like, and I think, you know, we haven't perhaps spent money on some of the day centres that we should have done in the past. So a real driver for me is that people who use them will actually get much better day service, and also that we will have providers there who are actually committed to working with the carers as well as the people who use them, because very often if you speak to carers, it's really, really worrying that they want to know that the person who's in the day centre is really looked after. So I'm pretty sure and hope that you will like what we're recommending next week.
Thank you, Councillor Bradwell. Next question, Councillor Alison Austin for Councillor Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Chairman. A different topic for Councillor Bradwell. What does the council envisage for the future of special education in Boston, in particular with reference to the John Fielding Special School? And please would Councillor Bradwell consider visiting that school, as I believe she has not yet done so. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradwell.
No, I have to admit I've been to Boston many a time and into schools, but not been to John Fielding. But I do know it does some excellent work, and I don't envisage, if you're suggesting it's going to be closed or anything like that. Obviously, we're working on the government support and aspiration bill that's going through, and obviously we do need to ensure that young people who need to go to a special education school has a statement are really looked after, and that's what we're intending to do. Obviously, in the future, we will the statement will include health as well, so it's going to be quite a different statement that young people will be receiving. But no, fully support everything that John Fielding School do, and all our special schools in the county. They really do a wonderful job.
Thank you, Councillor Bradwell. Councillor Chris Payne for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, after seeing Councillor Davis on Look North this week, I too was disappointed, as was a lot of the local business community. Yes, we know the roads are poor and crumbling and need addressing, but the opportunity of retrunking our roads with government and a motorway would help investment and help the county move forward. We're years behind with 600 million needs spending on them. I would like to invite Councillor Davis to attend our Task and Finish group. I did invite him originally when I pushed forward for the Task and Finish group to address this issue, to come to future meetings and take on the view of the local residents, local businesses that are struggling and need better road network. So I'd like to invite him to attend our future meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. Point of order. I've never received an invitation for Chris Payne to attend any Councillor Payne to attend any Task and Finish group. I will happily do so. Just to rebut a couple of the points he's made, trunking, trunking, then detrunking the roads again may seem, in its simplistic view, an excellent way of saving the authority money. But yet again, rather like the M11 proposal, these things are in the future and there are big question marks as whether they'll ever happen, Mr. Chairman. It's our job of this council and this department to focus on the here and now rather than navel gazing and blue sky thinking all the time. Thank you, but happily attend.
What is your point of order,
The point of order is I actually asked and sent an invite through my PA to Councillor Davis for his committee to be part of our Task and Finish group. I was told he was unavailable.
I'm sure we'll check that after the meeting. Thank you. The next question is Councillor Robin Redenshaw for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Why did the County Council continue working with Serco on the FDSS contract when the Prime Minister's Cabinet Office barred Serco while it was undergoing investigation for fraudulent overcharging on certain contracts? The publicity is not good for Lincolnshire, I'm sure.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
What I'm interested in is getting the best value for the people of Lincolnshire, and the contract process was done very rigorously and fairly. And although there were some comments and there was some noises from the government about issues within Serco, those have been resolved. There have been no criminal charges that have gone through, and indeed the government itself has now admitted that perhaps it could have been a far better client. The truth of the matter is, when you actually see what this will save, and the better investment will come into Lincolnshire and the better services, this will be a positive move for Lincolnshire. It is a very positive mood, and I know you possibly, Councillor Renshaw, would like to go back and have everybody working for the council directly and probably cost us millions and millions of pounds more. The truth of the matter is this contract will save us £14 million a year, actually will deliver better services and actually be a much better customer experience for us. The contract is also being designed so it will be rigorously overseen. So there are full of performance indicators and there are checks and balances in there, so that when we monitor what Serco are doing, we will be confident they are doing what they say they're doing. It's been a very successful negotiation, and I pay tribute to those who have been involved with it. And I think when members see the full details of what's been arranged, and indeed the details, and I'm sure these things will go to the relevant scrutiny committee, the details of the oversight and measuring of seeing what is done, they'll be impressed with what's happened, and I'm confident that this will deliver those savings and improve services to the people of Lincolnshire.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Robin Hunter-Clark for Councillor Richard Davis.
Thank you, Chairman. Recently, you attended my division to have a meeting with the Mayor of Skegness to discuss the appalling state of our roads, something I'm very passionate about. As the elected county council representative, I want to know why I was not invited, as I feel it would have been beneficial for me to be there. Was this done purposefully for party political reasons? Why else wouldn't I have been invited? Can you update me on what happened? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Hunter-Clark. Yes, did attend last Tuesday with the Deputy Chairman of the Lincolnshire Transport Board. I can assure you there was no political intent. We've been talking to the Town Council for some time. Personally, we have never spoken, so we haven't had a conversation about the state of Skegness's roads. The Town Council, on the other hand, have been extremely vociferous with me, and I met at their request with the Parish Clerk and the Mayor of Skegness, who actually isn't a Conservative. And we had a very useful conversation. We had a look round, looked at some of the roads, and were able to go through with the local elected representatives there in some detail what the plans were. And we got some good feedback as well on some of the issues around Lumley Avenue and Lumley Road. And the big piece of work, certainly the local representatives there were keen to talk about, was the spring upgrade to Lumley Road, and in particular resurfacing the entire length as quickly as possible to make ready for the summer season. So it was a very productive meeting, and I'm sorry that the Town Council didn't see fit to invite you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. We're still getting interference from people's phones, so would you please recheck them? The next question is for Councillor Ray Phillips for Councillor Colin Davey.
Thank you, Chairman. A question for Councillor Colin Davey on the flooding issue in two parts. Residents in the Upper Witham and Fosdyke areas around Lincoln have expressed serious concerns to me that the Environment Agency is seriously behind in its work programme to dredge in these areas. What pressure can Councillor Davey bring to bear to ensure that these areas that need to be dredged are not forgotten? And then further,
just one question.
In addition, because this all ties in, could I ask for his views on the proposed developments for areas in the Western Growth Corridor that are located in floodplain areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey.
Thank you very much. In light of Councillor Mayor's question, I think the second part has already been answered. If there are any specific issues that members are concerned about, please let me know about them, and through the flood and drainage group we will have a look at them, and I will certainly ask for a report on that. And if there are problems with areas that should be dredged that could possibly flood, then we should obviously make representations to whichever agency is best placed to resolve them, whether that be the Environment Agency, the Drainage Board, or even ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. I've got a question from Councillor Nev Jackson for Councillor Barry Young, who's not here. Do you still wish to ask the question?
Chairman, no doubt the Leader of the Council will respond, or if not, it can be forthcoming in other matters. Chairman, I understand that the Council is seeking to terminate parts of the national agreement applying to its employees. In particular, my understanding is that the first 3 days sick pay may not be paid. I don't know if that's correct or not. There's been various rumours circulated. Could we have clarity on the matter? I'm very concerned that if it were to be true, then those employees suffering from short-term illnesses, viruses, which hospitals usually advise employees not to attend work because of the spread of the virus, may be circumvented by employees coming into work when they shouldn't be here simply because they're not being paid. But maybe the rumours I've heard are not correct.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, do you wish to respond?
I'll do my best, Chairman. Obviously, Councillor Young isn't here. I am not aware of the full detail of this, but I've got I think I've got an idea of what's going on. It is true the Council is looking at the terms and conditions of our employees because that is one of the areas where we do need to make sure we are being as cost efficient as possible, and negotiations have been going on over a whole range of local issues, which, as Councillor Jackson knows, there are some national conditions and also some local. I know Councillor Young has been vigorously looking at the terms and conditions, so they are fair, but at the same time are sort of comparable to what might happen in the private sector. I understand there were some proposals. Originally, there was some discussion around the first 3 days unpaid sick leave. I understand also from Councillor Young that is now off the table from the employers.
Whose mobile phone is that?
Off the table from employers. And that is no longer part of the negotiation. So it is a bit of a surprise that the unions are sort of threatening strike action when, and that seems to be the sticking point, I understand. So just to clarify, it's not part of the negotiation anymore, but I think a lot of the rest still is, if that clarifies it for you, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hill. Next question, Councillor John Hicks for Councillor Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Bradwell, this may relate to Councillor Dodd's earlier question, but can you assure me that the new wellbeing service for the elderly, which is soon to be rolled out across the county, will not ultimately lead to the closure of any or all of our sheltered housing accommodation?
Thank you, Councillor Bradwell.
Well, the sheltered housing is a district council matter, so we don't have any housing at all. The wellbeing service is there as a preventative service to help people before they get to crisis and need to go into come into adult care. So you know, we won't be saying that, you know, that's not an issue. It's housing associations mostly now who run the sheltered housing. So no, with wellbeing services there to help people with falls, assistive technologies, so that, you know, if they need an alarm overnight because they're not well, they can 24-hour alarm service and that will be for everybody, not just in sheltered housing. That will be for everybody across the county. So I think the new service will be, you know, a lot better and will help actually carers. If you're caring, I care for my parents, and actually, you know, it is a worry when you don't live near your parents and that. So I think the new service will help a lot of people and give a lot of carers a lot of confidence.
Thank you, Councillor Bradwell. Next question, Councillor Lewis Strange for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Leader, with the opening of the marvellous Sir Joseph Banks exhibition at the collection here in Lincoln, isn't it time that the Sir Joseph Banks Conservatory at the Lawn Centre was renovated? Surely this would then be a fitting memorial to one of the country's most famous botanists and one of Lincolnshire's most famous sons, Sir Joseph Banks of Revesby.
Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I quite agree. I was up at the Lawns this week at a meeting, and I took the opportunity to look at the conservatory, which could be a marvellous advert, permanent advert for one of our more illustrious sons. And I have to say, I was embarrassed, and I just hoped, and I believe Sir David Attenborough was not escorted up there, because that could have been an embarrassment. I will undertake to contact the City Council, who are responsible for this conservatory, to actually try and undertake to do something to improve the situation, because frankly at the moment it is an embarrassment.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hill. Councillor Sue Ransom for Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Hill, could I just mention and then ask my question? At this meeting, opposition parties will only be granted 3 minutes to address the many issues raised by the budget. We feel this is undemocratic. Would the Council consider holding an additional and dedicated meeting for the budget presentation and debate in future years, please?
Councillor Hill.
Group leaders meeting yesterday, I wasn't there, but Mrs. Bradwell represented myself, and you were there, of course, Chairman, and we did agree that that would be the format. We would have the one debate. That has been the way we've dealt with this business for some years now, because otherwise in the past, and those of us who have been around here a long time, debates can get very confusing when you start talking, everybody speaking on each motion, and then there's an amendment, and you end up, and frankly, in my own opinion, that, and I think group leaders in the past, that never really was a very edifying or indeed understandable debate for members of the public to understand. Mrs. Ransom, this has been rigorously gone through scrutiny committees. It's been to the Value for Money committee. At any time, as a member of this council, you could have engaged any time you liked as part of the consultation, and we do have a process, and I pay tribute to the Value for Money committee, and the current chairman and indeed the previous chairman actually took a lot of time going through the budget and indeed all through the scrutiny committee. So there has been ample opportunity for members to engage and actually debate this issue. And I think group leaders have agreed that we will have one debate, and I assure you that it does work because everybody has gives their view. And one thing you do find with budget debates, there does tend to be a lot of repetition after a bit. So I'm sorry if you don't feel it's appropriate. The group leaders did agree it, rightly. I think this would be the way forward, but otherwise, you know, we can look at it again. But my own personal view is we've had the debate, and there's not just the debate in this chamber, there's a large debate goes on out there. I'm a bit disappointed this morning that all the media seem to want to talk about was another item on the agenda, when today we are setting people's council tax. Today we are talking about important services which the council provides. So I understand where you're coming from, but I do think what we're doing is the right way forward, and we can continue the debate later on.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hill. Councillor Alan Jesson for Councillor Colin Davey.
Thank you, Chairman. Following the emergency meeting called by my colleague Councillor Payne, can you assure this council and the residents of Lincolnshire that you will ensure that adequate funding is made available for the dredging of Lincolnshire's rivers, which have been neglected for many years?
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
I think I've probably answered this question earlier, Chairman, but I am absolutely clear that the best way of doing things in Lincolnshire, and I think we can teach the rest of the country how to do this, is to work in partnership with our partners and to ensure that the right agency is doing the right job for the people of Lincolnshire and supporting them with partnership funding where necessary. The towns of Louth and Horncastle, the Boston Barrier project, you know, that is £17 million of our money that we're putting in. In the budget papers later, you'll see that the leader has put in additional money for flood granting aid schemes. So, you know, we're doing our bit, and I'm absolutely determined that we're going to forge ahead and strengthen the partnerships in the future so we can actually serve every single resident in Lincolnshire as regards these big issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Charmaine Morgan for Councillor Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's partly been addressed before, but I've got some extra elements to the question, so forgive me here. As the wellbeing programme rolls out, there is an indication that the budget for the residential wardens is being squeezed. It's the view of the Sheltered Residents Action Committee that on-site wardens are needed and are preferred to remote Tunstall staff. What measures could be taken by the county to ensure we do protect these valued roles? And a separate issue that's emerging is the mixture of age groups now appearing within our sheltered accommodation, which is affecting the feeling of security of the elderly residents. I'd much appreciate your view on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to Councillor Morgan. Again, this is housing district council issue. You know, housing is a district council, and it is a district council who've employed the wardens. It's not the county council who's employed the wardens. Some money did go to district councils from the Supporting People grant, and it was up to the district council where they spent that money. The money was also for helping older people in gardens and all sorts of things. It could be used for a whole range of things. Obviously in South Kesteven they used it to actually pay for the wardens. I do know in some district councils in the county they are still continuing with the wardens because they've actually asked the residents, and the residents have agreed to pay a few more pounds a week on their rent because they want that person to be there, to call in the morning and perhaps have a chat, cup of tea and do shopping and that. I know the wardens, they're a friend to the people who they live near. But actually, the County Council, we're here. We want to provide a 24-hour service to anyone who needs that service, who's come out of hospital and needs some care. We want them to have a 24-hour call system across the county, and that's what we're developing within the Wellbeing Service. I know I've had a number of letters, and I know officers have met with lots of groups, ward and control groups, to explain this, but I do know there is a solution if some housing associations will work with the district councils as well. So, you know, I'm quite happy to talk to you afterwards, but that's the situation. Thank you.
Is this a point of order? What is it? What rule are you referring to?
There was a key second part to the question not answered regarding the mixture of age groups within the housing, and I'd appreciate knowing if that's
I think if you speak to Councillor Patricia Bradwell after the meeting, we're going to move on now because we've run out of time. We're moving now to the main item on the agenda, which is item 8, the council budget. Could I have some order, please? I move there would be one debate, and that Councillor Martin Hill, OBE, Executive Councillor for Policy, Finance, Property, Communications, Procurement and Commissioning, in introducing and moving the budget and in responding to issues raised during the debate, be allowed to speak without limit of time at A to E on the order of proceedings. 2, that proposals of the amendments each be allowed to speak without limit of time at C and D of the order of proceedings. 3, that councillors seconding the motions be allowed to speak for 6 minutes at B to D on the order of proceedings. 4, that other speakers each be allowed to speak for 3 minutes at E on the order of proceedings. And finally, 5, that no further substantial amendments be moved other than the original amendments moved by the group leaders. Do I have a seconder?
Chairman, yes, I'd like to second this.
Are we all agreed to those? Agreed, right. Councillor Hill.
Good morning, Chairman, fellow members. Microphone. Yeah, microphone's on. Sorry. Right. Okay, Chairman. Right. Good morning, Chairman, fellow members. It's 4 years since I stood before you to deliver a budget speech to this council. At that time, we were in the last throes of the Labour government's reckless spending spree and on the eve of a general election. Indeed, as the coalition took office in May 2010, they found a note from the former Treasury Secretary, Liam Byrne, which said, "I'm sorry if you don't like it, but it's true. There's no money left." He was right there, if about little else, Councillor Dilks. I'll leave you to pass the message on later. Indeed, the ostensible justification for all this extra spending was the need for government intervention to address the crash of 2008. That's a bit fairer, isn't it? Yeah? Whatever the reason, all sensible economic commentators, and even Gordon Brown himself, knew that spending at that level was unsustainable. Thankfully, the coalition acted decisively to reduce annual borrowing and has so far cut the deficit by around 30%. Despite all the savings achieved, however, the country is still spending £111 billion a year more than it gets in income, and further tough action is required. On a more positive note, the national economy is making real progress, and the IMF estimates that UK growth this year could be as high as 3%. Unemployment figures have also been encouraging, and the rate has come down much sooner than expected, falling to 7.1%. Indeed, figures from the Office for Budget Responsibility show that businesses have created 3 jobs for every 1 job lost in the public sector, and the country will now have over 2 million more jobs in 2019 than there were in 2010. Overall, it's clear the Chancellor has been correct in his economic strategy. It only seems to be Ed Balls who has difficulty now in accepting that. Of course, none of this means the job is done, and hard-working households around the country are still struggling. but there is light at the end of the tunnel. So what about here in Lincolnshire? What has this all meant for this county and this council? And what lies ahead? As members will recall, we local Conservatives pledged back in 2010 to play our full part in rebuilding national prosperity, and not just in the short term. That commitment has continued since the election last year, when the Conservative group formed a coalition with the Liberal Democrats and 3 independents. Their support remains invaluable, as does the backing of councillors from across the political spectrum. Together, we're ensuring that our 718,000 residents continue to get good value for money services, roads, schools, social care, public health, community policing, and much more. And we're doing that on a much smaller budget, making each pound of taxpayers' money go further and achieve more. That difficult task will continue over the year ahead and beyond, changing local government in ways that once would have seemed inconceivable. It means deciding on priorities and doing things differently. It means working more closely with our partner organisations and local communities. It means a radical shift in our approach, what the Local Government Association calls rewiring public services. At this council, for example, we're proposing to fundamentally reshape our library service, saving £1.7 million a year and encouraging greater community involvement. Already, local groups have expressed interest in running all 30 of the libraries under review, while 7 entirely new ones could be also created. This bold approach will enable us to deliver an improved service, save money, and promote community participation, all at the same time. It is a win-win-win outcome. It's a similar story with youth services, where community groups have taken on the running of 24 youth centres, with another 9 set to follow. In many cases, this has led to a greater range of activities for young people than ever before. I'd argue, therefore, that we fully embrace the principle of rewiring public services as set out both by the LGA and the government, and the results speak for themselves. It's a shame, therefore, that some councillors, while paying lip service to change, revert back to inaction and point scoring when it comes to difficult decisions. So is all this challenging? Yes, absolutely. Is it the right thing to do? Yes, absolutely. Can we do it? Again, yes, absolutely. The key is to focus single-mindedly on what we want to achieve, the outcomes that will most benefit local people, not how the services have been provided in the past, or even who provides them. Let's now look at the financial challenges we face and how the budget recommendations aim to meet them. Before I do, may I highlight one measure that will be very welcome to local residents as they balance their own budgets. A proposed freeze in council tax for a record 4th year running. As members know, our strategy has been long to keep council tax in the bottom quartile, and we currently set the 3rd lowest county level, thanks in part to government financial support and through the freeze grant. Of course, there's an argument we could increase our council tax base budget, which is fully within our control, to leave ourselves less exposed to future government cuts. However, with many households struggling financially, even as the economy starts to grow, we should give whatever help we can now. We therefore intend to peg council tax once again, and this will leave a typical local property owners a total of 15% better off over the 4 years, or £160 for a typical Band D property. Members will also be pleased to know that the freeze has attracted positive feedback in consultation with the public, scrutiny committees and external organisations, as have our other proposals. For the future, we'll keep our strategy under review, but welcome the fact that the government has built the freeze grant into our base budget, albeit on a reducing grant mechanism. Next year is the final year in the government's current Comprehensive Spending Review, or CSR as it is known, so we've known for some time what to expect. We've also had indications how the national finances will look in 2015-16 and through to the end of the decade. In response to the CSR, the Council carried out a core offer review identifying £125 million of savings over 4 years to March 2015. That figure was later revised to £148 million to take account of further government changes. In our core offer, we identified service priorities which we were determined to protect: safeguarding children, fire and rescue, highways maintenance and winter gritting, council funding for PCSOs, and emergency planning. Other protected areas are concessionary fares, community grants, flood management, and support to the Citizens Advice Bureau. Elsewhere, we've looked with fresh eyes at how services could be delivered more effectively, including offering communities a more active role. In all these areas, we've acted decisively and at an early stage, and as a result, we're on track to meet our target. In part, that success has been made possible by our sensible use of reserves, 11.7 million this financial year, and a proposed 7.9 million for next. Once again, it was decisive early action that enabled us to generate and draw upon such substantial savings, giving us both financial and organisational certainty. That is in marked contrast to some other authorities who proved far too slow to adapt and are now slashing budgets in a desperate attempt to balance their books. The use of reserves is giving us a vital cushion as we move forward to becoming a leaner commissioning council. However, we accepted last year that it wouldn't be sustainable beyond these 2 years. Other solutions are needed, as I will discuss. In December, we have given the Chancellor's autumn statement and the local government finance settlement. Both confirmed our funding expectations for next year, but also outlined further reductions for 2015 and beyond. These will form part of the next CSR, expected to be published after the general election. Whoever forms the government after that election, incidentally, will remain committed to deficit reduction, as all the main political parties accept the need for realism in the years ahead. As things stand, we know our government funding will fall by another 31 million, or 14%, from April 2015, on top of the reductions already seen. However, there was also good news in the autumn statement, and the government announced that a £50 million will be made available in Lincolnshire for something called the Better Care Fund in a pooled budget. This provides an opportunity for more integrated care services and links in with the aims of the Lincolnshire Sustainable Service Review, jointly commissioned with Health. Although the BCF, the Better Care Fund, isn't new money, and we will only get a proportion of the fund, it offers an ideal opportunity to work with a major partner to deliver better and more cost-effective services. That's a challenge this Council has shown itself capable of meeting in public health, where we've taken on many services that show the potential for real improvements and greater value for money. Going back to funding, and even allowing for the BCF, we may need to find an additional 80 to 90 million in base budget savings on top of the existing core offer. We are, however, continuing to lobby individually and with special interest groups on particular funding issues that could affect us. I'm pleased to say that in response, the government has listened to concerns about the new homes bonus, and the money for these proposals is now being found outside local government. It is also good news that additional rural funding and the council tax freeze grant are being permanently included in our funding base. Business rate increases are being capped at a maximum RPI increase, with councils fully reimbursed for any loss of income. It seems the government accepts the argument by the LGA that local government is the one area of the public sector that has really delivered financially, and now others should take their fair share of the burden. Talking of a fair share, we'll continue to lobby with groups such as SPARS, making the case that predominantly rural areas are still significantly underfunded compared to urban ones. As you know, Lincolnshire is England's 4th largest county and is also classified as 72% rural, making it much more expensive for us to deliver services. Despite that, figures from SPARS show that our grant per head is only £385, compared with an average of £487 per person in urban areas. This is a key issue for Lincolnshire and other large counties, rural counties, and one we will continue to fight on together. As we make that argument, we welcome the government's decision not to impose increases in fuel duty due to take effect under Labour's so-called fuel escalator. With a freeze again in 2014, these sensible measures will have prevented overall increases of 20 pence per litre, which is hugely important to a rural county like ours. So what does all this mean for us? Put simply, we'll continue to face significant financial challenges in the years ahead, and we don't plan to use reserves after next year to help meet them. Instead, we are looking at how we can do things differently, better, more effectively, both on our own and with others. As I've already said, we're encouraging greater involvement by local groups in the provision of services to generate savings and enhance quality. More generally, as members and officers know, we'll be launching a further fundamental budget review later this year to prepare for the period from 2015-16. The aim, in the light of reduced budgets, is to refocus on exactly what this council is striving to achieve in terms of services for residents. With those priorities reaffirmed, we'll look again how they can best be delivered, which will not always be directly by this council. In other words, we're moving towards becoming a commissioning council, not privatisation as some will claim, but embracing outcomes, which is exactly as it should be. The new review will inevitably have an impact on staffing, starting at senior level, and it would be wrong for me to pretend otherwise. However, as local government changes, it may well be that employees leaving the council find themselves delivering similar service for external organisations, possibly in the voluntary and charitable sectors. Similarly, as this council awards the new contract for council support services, elements of property, finance and health and safety will all be coming back in-house, a clearest possible indicator that this is a two-way street. Looking more closely at the revenue budget, the proposals for next year are based principally on the core offer budget, which was presented 3 years ago. An additional 1%, average 1% savings are proposed in the light of the changes to local government funding, although these have not been applied to adult care because of demographic and other pressures. More generally, these savings will have no impact on frontline services, and the budget also provides extra investment in children's social care to reflect increased workloads and interim funding to support new community libraries. Turning to business rates, it was beneficial this year to pool income with 2 district councils. Having reviewed the position, it is now advantageous to pool with 5 districts, generating an extra £950,000 for us, and that has already been approved. Going back to reserves and the intention to use £7.9 million in the next financial year, I can reassure you that they will remain within the council's target range in our business plan to meet unforeseen events. Despite financial pressures, this council remains committed to capital investment. If anyone doubts that, look no further than the £145 million energy from waste facility that soon will be disposing of all the county's non-recyclable waste, as well as saving us £4.4 million in landfill tax every year. For the next few years, we'll have a net capital programme of £298 million, including £87 million for 2014-15. It provides for major investment in roads, including the Lincoln Eastern Bypass and the East-West Link, and the Grantham Southern Relief Road. Our other long-term commitments include over £8 million to support the local economy, including Grantham Growth Point, over £7 million for additional flood defence and environmental schemes, continued schools investment to support the needs for places and improved buildings, nearly £19 million for major IT investment, including the ongoing rollout of superfast broadband, over £23 million for our fire and vehicle fleet and to rationalise our property holdings. In recent years, the Council has also committed more than £5 million to the historic Lincoln project, including refurbishment of Lincoln Castle, which could benefit the local tourism economy by an estimated £68 million. There's also been £22 million for Teal Park, opening the door up to £500 million of investment in the next 10 to 15 years. For the future, we have pledged £11 million toward the £90 million cost of the Boston Barrier and Haven improvements, a decision fully vindicated by recent events. As I've said earlier, a great deal has changed, both nationally and at this council, since I last delivered a budget speech. In simple terms, the focus has switched to the urgent need to rebuild the national finances, not least by reducing public spending and cutting the deficit. Although the coalition government has achieved a huge amount, much remains to be done, and funding for councils will therefore be reducing for some years to come. To put that in context, we anticipate by the end of the decade our budget will be 40% less than it was in 2010. As a result, we've had to be and will continue to be absolutely clear about our priorities, determined in our approach and imaginative in our solutions. Those qualities have already put us firmly on course to meet tough financial targets for the 4 years to March 2015. For 2040-15, the last of those years, we must continue with a sensible course already charted, while protecting essential services and investing in key capital projects. As I've said, we can also offer a fourth successive council tax freeze to help hard-pressed Lincolnshire households doing their best to get by and get on. For the future, we're launching another fundamental review to assess our priorities against anticipated budgets, and I have no doubt that we will again have to find answers to very difficult questions. Although these are challenging times both financially and organisationally, I know that we all have the imagination and determination to deliver on our bold vision for this county. My confidence is based on the unfailing commitment of both members and officers of this council, including, of course, those involved with the preparation of this budget. Chairman, fellow members, I commend these budget proposals, including recommendations 1 to 8 in the green order of proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Bradwell.
Yes, I'd like to second that motion.
Do you wish to speak?
I'll defer to speak later on if I can.
Thank you. We now move on to the amendment to be moved by Councillor John Hough. Councillor Hough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Martin Hill on the presentation of his first budget this time round. A year ago, I was congratulating Councillor Kelly Smith on his last budget, some of you may recall. As I suggested, Kelly lost his seat at the election, and I'm delighted instead Lincoln Moorland is now represented by our colleague, Councillor Jeff Ellis, behind me. It's a shame, Martin, you didn't think about asking Jeff to present the budget today. I'm sure Jeff would have done an excellent job. We might have got a better budget. We're meeting in tough times, even tougher than last year. The County Council faces a financial crisis. This coming year, the government is taking over £25 million from Lincolnshire, and next year they're threatening to take a further £31 million. As Lincolnshire's administration, you have failed completely to make Lincolnshire's case to your friends in government. Lincolnshire is one of the poorest counties in the country. It's being hit and hit again. It's so bad that the latest figures for the Lincolnshire economy show that far from recovering, it actually shrank in 2012. And this year, just a few days ago, the unemployment figures were published for Lincolnshire for January. Unemployment is up and more young people are unemployed. The council is one of the biggest employers in the county, and has made a bad situation worse by sacking staff and cutting services. Knowing that your government was determined to destroy local government if it could, you failed to protect Lincolnshire. The County Council is facing a black hole in its finances, and it's getting worse. You could have decided 3 years ago to raise the council tax. Instead, you've put your head in the sand and ignored the growing crisis. And now, this year, the council is £14 million worse off because of it. 14 million in our revenue budget this year could have paid for a lot of services. This year, as you said, you looked at it again, knowing things are only going to get worse. And you decided at the meeting of the executive in January, according to Martin, that he wasn't going to do anything for personal and political reasons. It's not good enough. While many Tory councils across the country, knowing the situation they're in, knowing the government has failed them, have taken the decision this year to raise the council tax in order to protect services. You failed the test. Huge cuts in government funding and no increase in income to protect services now and in the future. The biggest slice of income over which we still have some control is the council tax. What we are proposing is that by increasing it by less than 50 pence a week for the vast majority of households in Lincolnshire, we could generate an extra 2 million this year, and in future years we would get the benefit every year. When local people were consulted this year, many of them said they would be willing to pay a bit more to keep services. Under our budget, this small increase would mean first that we could maintain the library service at its current level. The importance of libraries is fundamental to a well-trained workforce and people's quality of life. When you see a group of children with their mums going into a Lincolnshire library for story time, it's beyond belief that you are sacking over 100 library staff, withdrawing the mobile library service from over 100 villages, reducing library opening hours by 40% in 30 libraries from May, and making major cuts in the opening hours of the 15 main libraries, including Lincoln, a university city. Our budget will make sure this does not happen. Lincolnshire, as well as being a low skills economy, is also plagued by low wages. This means that people in work struggle to pay their bills. We need to address this, and one way is through the living wage. As a council, we should be working with our partners and contractors to get rid of poverty wages in Lincolnshire. The first thing we should do is to make sure that we as a council pay the living wage to our employees. You've refused to do this so far, but why should a cleaner in a children's centre be paid below the threshold of a living wage? We have 92 workers in the council. We have 739 support staff in our schools, excluding apprentices, all of whom we pay below the living wage. Our budget would ensure they are paid a living wage and provide funds to schools so they can ensure their support workers get a living wage too. Looking after vulnerable people is one of the most important things this council does. Yet we know from national surveys and from the recent carer whistleblower in Lincolnshire that home care has some major problems. In rural areas, it is more costly to provide care at home. There are the distances travelled, unpaid travel time for carers, and the rushed visit, the 15-minute syndrome, that provides no proper comfort to people receiving the care. There is also pressure on the providers of care to employ people at the lowest possible cost rather than having well-trained and experienced care workers. We are proposing to address this by providing funding to improve the care we provide to old people. We are also proposing to tackle the problem of the lack of public transport when people need it. One of the results of the previous cuts is that services, particularly in evenings, have almost disappeared, and others are less frequent. We need to start reinvesting in these services, and our proposals will pay for up to an additional 50 routes. Safety on the roads is also important. According to government guidelines, and I quote, "There is clear evidence of the effect of reducing traffic speeds on the reduction of collisions and casualties." We are proposing to put in £1 million to kickstart a programme of introducing 20-mile-an-hour limits on residential streets, town centres and villages. According to the government, and I quote again, important benefits of 20-mile-an-hour schemes include quality of life, community benefits, and encouragement of healthier and more sustainable transport, such as walking and cycling, something as now we are responsible for public health, we should be keen about. £1 million could pay for up to 50 20-mile-an-hour schemes across the county. Last year, public health transferred to the county council. However, in a mirror image of the high mortality rates at United Lincolnshire Hospitals Trust, and they're putting in a huge amount of work to tackle this, we need to address the shocking difference in the mortality rates of local people. It is unacceptable that a woman in Park Ward, Lincoln, has a life expectancy 17 years less than a woman living in Forum Ward, North Hykeham, just 3 miles away. The differences in life expectancy for people living in different areas was highlighted by the Black Report some 30 years ago. It's a scandal then, and it's a scandal now. We have to tackle it, and our budget will put some serious money into addressing this. We are proposing to put money into 5 areas of work with children and young people. Our children, the children that we look after, deserve the best start in life we can provide. We will provide funding for additional targeted support. The abolition of the education maintenance allowance was one of the worst decisions taken by this government. It has meant that children who are already disadvantaged have found it even tougher to stay at school or college to get the full advantage of their education. Last Friday, I was at a question time meeting here in this council chamber with members of the Lincolnshire Youth Cabinet, along with other children from a number of schools. Near the top of their concerns was the cost of transport for youngsters. Bringing in a local education maintenance allowance scheme would enable young people who cannot otherwise afford it to stay on at school or college. As I said earlier, there are still large numbers of young people in Lincolnshire without a job. We have to tackle the problem, and our budget amendment will provide further targeted investment to find jobs for young people. The youth service has been one of the hardest hit by the council cuts, with over 1,000 job losses and youth clubs losing out. Our budget proposals will begin to rebuild this vital service for youngsters who want places to meet, to talk to their friends, to trusted and trained adults, drink coffee, or just relax. The scrutiny report about school admissions and exclusions highlighted that children with special educational needs are much more likely to be excluded from school than any other group. By providing additional funding for emotional and behavioural support to schools, we would encourage schools to keep children in rather than kicking children out. Trying to reduce congestion and provide safer streets for pedestrians is important in busy cities. Some 5 years ago, this council looked at the feasibility of a park and ride scheme for Lincoln. Since then, little has been done. Our budget will put money into the capital budget to get this excellent idea going. Our budget amendment sets out a range of proposals to change the direction of this council. It will mean that everyone living in the county, from whatever background, will have an equal opportunity to enjoy a chance in life and a better quality of life. It will mean that the libraries are maintained, that people we employ will have a living wage, and old people needing care will be better looked after at home. It will mean, above all, that we start to take responsibility for Lincolnshire rather than abandoning it to the whims of a Tory government. I move.
Thank you, Councillor Hoff. Councillor Parker, do you wish to reply in a second?
I'd like to begin by actually pointing out that this alternative budget from Labour points out the clear difference between Labour and the Conservative, Liberal Democrat and Independent coalition. We believe that even in these trying times, this budget, our alternative, offers some hope rather than more misery and more of the same. The way that Councillor Hill delivered the budget looking across at the Conservative benches, blank faces, going along with it, in support of an argument which essentially is about no more than we want to keep our council tax amongst the lowest in the country. Third lowest amongst county councils. Something worthy of praise. I don't know if you know, if you're interested much in libraries, but Worcestershire County Council actually sets a lower council tax. Bottom, lowest. It's not necessarily good, but what does it do with its money that it does raise? Okay, well, the new proposals that we've got before us for the library service for Lincoln reduces the main central library in Lincoln to being open 47 hours a week. Worcestershire setting a low council tax, lowest in the country for county councils. Worcester Library is open 93 hours a week. That's nearly twice as much. So it's about, essentially, if you look at libraries as an example and low council tax, it's what you do with the money that matters, isn't it? Because Worcestershire seem to be able to do something that Lincolnshire doesn't even dream of doing. And this idea that was mentioned by Councillor Hill in relation to libraries offering an improved service, the results speak for themselves. Interested in numbers, we have now got all 30 plus more, but what about the quality? You never hear anybody talk about the quality, it's just the numbers. Reference was made to councillors' point scoring. I don't think I've heard from a Conservative leader more point scoring that went on in the way that it was presented at all. The first 5 minutes was what you might call a sideshow where I don't think that the leader actually looked at the Conservative benches. It was cheap jibes about government. Labour government in the past, Conservative government now. The old idea of Animal Farm being, you know, Labour government bad, Conservative government good. And what we've got is one of the most loyalist county councils that you can ever think of. Because as being said, when it came to setting the council tax, the key message was the words personal and political. So this budget wasn't essentially, when we're looking at the council tax, this wasn't about the people of Lincolnshire. This was a personal statement and a political statement, because Councillor Hill said that at the executive meeting. We are not going to refuse the council tax grant, freeze grant. We are not going to increase the council tax because it's personal and political. So we now have a recognition that this budget is not about the interests of the people of Lincolnshire. It's a political message that says we are loyal in Lincolnshire, loyal to a Conservative administration, and it's coincidental, of course, that there's a Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition nationally and there is one here locally. I want to turn to the question about what Lincolnshire could have had, because I'm not, you know, one of those statements about not a lot of people know this, but we, if we had taken the decision not take the council tax freeze grant, but to increase the council tax by the amount of money that is government sanctioned. And let's be clear, it is perfectly allowable to increase the council tax, and that is government sanctioned. If we'd have done that this year, then £14 million would have been made available to us, 11 million last year and in previous years. So we've taken the decision to refuse that amount of money or not put it onto the council taxpayer, and we could have protected services. And I think that given the current situation, that if we had increased the council taxes, as in our budget, by 1.95%, 97% of households, 96 or 97% of households would only have paid less than 50 pence a week. Now, can you persuade anybody to say that that's unreasonable? Well, you might do, but it all depends on how much you think that members here in this council are worth. If we're talking about a 1.95% increase, then consider that in relation to the next item that's on our agenda. I want also to talk about Park and Ride, because one of the things that this budget, and I was interested in the relationship between what Councillor Davies said earlier about, yes, Park and Ride is important, it is doing some work, and I really appreciate that on behalf of people in Lincoln and Lincolnshire. But where is the money? Where is the money in the budget for this? It's recognised this isn't going to be cheap. There is a difference between consumer Park and Ride and visitor Park and Ride, commuter Park and Ride, and what we want to see is something happening by June 2015, which gives us a relatively short window of opportunity. That money needs funding, and there is no mention whatsoever in this budget of anything to do with the council, with Park and Ride. It's a fundamental issue that while Colin Davey may be saying nice warm things, that without some money in that budget this scheme will not go ahead, and the people of Lincoln and the businesses of Lincoln, and in relation to not just to tourism but economic development, there will be major problems. That's one of the reasons why we've included Park and Ride along with other important proposals for the future. I just want to conclude on one thing, and that's to do with the fact that our current budget is forecast to be 11.6 million underspent. So even at times of very major service cuts and major policy statements, we still managed to have 11.6 million pounds. Some of that money should be made available, as we are arguing. I second the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. We now move on to item D, amendment to be moved by Councillor Mrs. Marianne Overton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'd like to just start by...
I do apologise, MBE, I forgot that bit.
Don't worry. I'd like to start by congratulating the staff and all involved in compiling this budget in very difficult circumstances, and thank them for the expert support that we also have received throughout the budget process. Our group has run a series of workshops on what is most important for us and for our population in Lincolnshire. From this, I'm proposing just one amendment to the circulated report, Council Budget 2013. We propose to set the council tax at 1.9% increase, raising a £1.837 million as a proactive move to support the communities through the changes to come and to protect us from the cuts that we know will come in our future budgets. This Conservative-led national government has reduced the amount of funds devolved to local government so much that I really feel our backs now are against the wall. This Council, we note the policy of the current Conservative-led administration to continue to use council reserves, and that is unsustainable in the longer term, and it hides the nature of the cuts to come. This is a significant erosion of our finances for the future, and I think it will bring cuts which will be untenable. Last year, we accepted the government freeze grant, and indeed in previous years our group has accepted the freeze grant. But I do not accept Councillor Hill's comment that there has been no impact on frontline services by this budget. Last time we accepted it, we were told that there would be a fundamental review, and that would bring the savings that would be found to make ends meet. That review didn't happen. We used the reserves up last year, and 6 million more planned this year, but instead of a review, we got a proposal to close 30 libraries unless volunteers stepped in and ran them, but with less money, of course. That hasn't happened either. And the 2 million that was so essential to save, we were told, was found from somewhere else. This year, we've got the same story. Use reserves, and we'll tell you later where the cuts are going to be. Well, we're not falling for that twice. I see reductions proposed without any indication of what that will mean for people in our streets and our villages. We believe that the public of Lincolnshire do recognise the economic problems that are facing both the county and the country. Local government has been very hard hit. Central government grants passed to local government have reduced by 44% over the life of this Parliament. Accepting the freeze grant in the past, as was said by Councillor Hill earlier, has meant that our budget is 40% less over this term. But there's a limit. There comes a point where the purpose of local government appears to have been forgotten. It's about pooling resources for the good of the whole, and we need to do that. We have already cut our cloth. We've reduced management and staff costs, and we've asked communities to take on more. We're working across other councils and health and reduced overheads. However, we're told that we're only halfway through, and we should expect the same reductions again, with a further crunch year not far away, year 2014-15. But this time, it'll be without those cushion of reserves. It'll be without the easier cuts that have already been made. And I believe that we are already starting to find that our statutory duties are hard to meet. We believe and understand that continuing to reduce the Council's baseline budget and cutting services without sufficient alternative provision in place is no longer workable, and in some places it's dangerous. We do have to change, and we support our communities to cope. We therefore propose that this 1.837 million in the base budget is to be earmarked for a new community services investment fund. This is to empower local communities to develop alternative future provision, which redesigns the services that they do rely on now and helps protect the frontline service provision. Lincolnshire already has one of the 2 lowest council tax levels in the country. Even with this small rise, it will still be well within the lowest quartile of the whole country. And yet, as has been pointed out earlier, services are more expensive to provide in a rural county. There comes a point where it just doesn't work anymore, and I think we've reached that point. Further rising in local tax in future years, I believe, is inevitable, irrespective of who's in charge. If we don't get the money in the baseline budget now, it will bring much greater difficulties for us in the future and leave us, I believe, severely exposed for the cuts that we have been clearly told are coming our way. Setting the tax at a prudent 1.9% rise replaces some income that the central government has cut from our budget. It creates a fund to support the communities through these very difficult times, and in future years through the toughest times that are yet to come. Despite better news in the economy, our government has promised us a rough ride in next year's budget and beyond. We're told to expect the same cuts ongoing. What's happening is that we are becoming financially independent. We're not receiving the central government grants. So what do? Do we say we set up shop and go home? Or do we make sure that we have at least sufficient base to actually provide the services that are essential for the people we serve? We have to be more forward-looking, and only those local authorities who see and understand and properly plan for the future and for those changes ahead will survive. We therefore propose to set the council tax at the 1.9% increase, raising 1.837 million as a proactive move to support the communities through the changes that we know will have to come our way. This seed corn is to be used as a foundation for those communities, supporting communities and voluntary bodies to develop and to do more for business and for jobs, to do more for youth, for apprenticeships, and to help protect the most vulnerable. I commend our amendment to the budget to this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Overton. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't think there's anybody in this chamber today who's unaware of the fact that there's a great deal of pressure on by central government put on local government and their finances and their services. We keep being expected to make less money, do more, and provide fewer services. Some of the results that we've seen so far have been the reduction in the library provision, which has been mentioned here a number of times today. Others have been the removal of support services for disabled people. The provision of, or the reduction in the provision of residential wardens in sheltered housing, and the closure of some even private nursing homes which depend very much on local government funding. It just seems to me that the majority of the people who are having to suffer from this are the vulnerable, those that are not in a position to be able to do very much about it. And I believe that if we can actually increase the council tax by the suggested 1.9%, then that will not only provide more revenue, but it will also enable us to liven up the services that we already provide and make them do what they're supposed to do. I believe that spending reserves is not the thing to do, because you can only do that once anyway, and then it's gone. So an increase in the 1.9% of a 1.9% would give us the funding that we've been using our reserves to provide. And the other thing is, I think that in the future, by spending reserves, all you're going to find is that at some stage, whichever shade of administration is in power, there is going to have to be a substantial increase in the council tax. And I don't believe that the electorate of Lincolnshire are naive enough that they don't understand this. So I think that I would like to second the amendment, and I would like to leave you with the thoughts of Edmund, or paraphrased thoughts of the 18th century philosopher Edmund Burke, who said that for a poor situation to get worse, it only requires good people to make the wrong decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. We are now moving to the debate. Can I remind councillors that they can only speak once and for a maximum of 3 minutes. Councillor John Marriott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't expecting a call so soon, but this is the 13th budget that I've sat through in my career on County Council, and quite frankly, the format has hardly changed. The only difference this time is I'm actually sitting on the other side of the fence, if you like, or not on the fence. It's almost like a traditional dance. You get the ruling group. In the past, it was a very large ruling group, put forward its budget knowing very well that it was going to get through whatever anybody else said. And then you got the opposition giving their alternative budget for that read amendment, because that's what they are really, and knowing full well that we were never going to get anything through. Well, I've got news for you, because one of the things that's incorporated in the budget now is the community grant. All right, call it a big society fund if you want. That's something that my group pushed for. You know, trying to get the Conservatives in the past to move is like trying to get an oil tanker to move. But if you keep budging it, eventually it will move. And we've got something through which actually I think has benefited a lot of people. Councillor Hoff talks about destroying local government. I know I haven't got very much time, so I'll be very quick on this now. The fact is that local government is being destroyed gradually over many, many decades by parties of all description in central government. The council tax, which was cobbled together in 1992 from the remnants of the poll tax, is based on 1992 values. It needs updating. 1.8 million quid in £1 billion organisation, Mrs. Overton, is going to make no difference whatsoever to the overall spending. What we need is a root and branch reform of local government. Councillor Hoff talks about destroying. His party won't even consider reform of local government structures, which most of us think are absolutely vital. We could save 28 million quid in Lincolnshire if we had one unitary authority. We could save a bit less if we had more than one. Labour aren't even considering that for all sorts of reasons. We need to reform local government finance. Sir Michael Lyons' review was kicked into long grass by the last Labour government. Yes, Councillor Dilts will say the last Labour government gave us more money. It did, but that was borrowed money, as Liam Burns said to David Laws when he took control, a bit like Reggie Maudlin said to Jim Callaghan many years before. You know, there wasn't any money. The fact is, we need to look at the big picture. We cannot go on as we are. Libraries are important, but choose between adult social care and libraries. I know where my vote would go. We in this country expect Scandinavian levels of public service on North American levels of taxation. You get what you pay for. We need reform. We need to look at ways of raising money we spend locally.
Thank you, Councillor Marriott. Your time is up. And the next speaker I have is Councillor Phil Dilks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. and thanks, John. I was interested in Martin's presentation, what he said at the start about spending too much money the last Labour government. I didn't hear Martin say that the Labour government was giving this county too much money in any one of the 13 years that it increased its grant to this government. Quite the reverse. We had the Missing Millions campaign, of course, saying that you hadn't got enough, but there we are. I stand to support the alternative budget that put forward by Councillor Huff. Particularly, I speak to maintaining the library service at existing levels of provision at a cost of £800,000. And what I'm asking is that we use some of the £11.6 million that we took from council taxpayers in the past year, but we have not spent. £1 million a month underspend there. And rather than put it into more reserves, I'm asking for just less than 1 month of that underspend to keep the libraries open for another year and to keep the funding sustained. It's sensible, it's reasonable, it would keep them going, but it would also give an opportunity to this council to take stock on what they're doing to the libraries. And people across the county do feel that they haven't been listened to on the libraries, and Martin talked about the 30 libraries have expressed interests. Many of those that are expressing interest, let's be honest, feel bullied, as the Mayor of Market Deeping has said. You know, independent, I don't know what her politics are, but you know, they say they've only done this because they really feel they've been threatened that if we don't, you know, the library will close and we'll end up with a mobile for a couple of hours. We've also got the judicial review that's been referred to this morning, and we've got a former well-respected assistant director now lobbying the government minister for an inquiry. This putting just £800,000 back into the library provision would allow us to take stock and also to have proper scrutiny that we haven't had of the sustainable alternatives that have been put forward and others that may come forward. And we've heard about being more efficient from Martin this morning, but we've also been told that for the first time by the executive member for libraries that he didn't actually know the details of a property review of the libraries that was going through, and he's the executive member. Where's the efficiency there? Maybe the efficiency is in my library, in the Deepings. You can shake your heads, but it's true. In my library I referred to earlier, there are upstairs, there are 5 offices that are not let. 5 offices are not let at a loss of £18,000 a year.
Thank you, Councillor Dilks. Your time
we're
is
told
now
that it's not
up.
a priority. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker I have is Councillor Sarah Dodds.
Thank you, Chairman. I consider myself a fairly kind of grounded person. Many of you who know me will know that I have 4 young children whose future is obviously of passionate interest to me, as I'm sure the interests of your children are to you. If somebody said to me, for 50p a week, would I be prepared to pay to maintain their library provision? Yeah, absolutely. Would I be prepared to pay 50p a week to ensure that we provide better care for looked after children, for those children who have not benefited from as good a start as I like to think my children have got? Yeah, absolutely. Would I be prepared to pay 50p a week to give children in a disadvantaged situation access to local education? Absolutely. For youth work, for apprenticeships, for training? Absolutely. To prevent children becoming excluded, to make sure that we include all children from all walks of life in education? Yes, absolutely, money well spent. And certainly would I be happy to see 50p a week go into paying the living wage that would help raise many, many children out of a life of poverty? Absolutely. We've got to think really, really carefully here. We talk very glibly about increased taxes. Where do these taxes go? These taxes go to provide a better future, better security for all children and for the most vulnerable. And I am delighted to be able to back the Labour alternative budget today, because it sets our priorities where they should be for the county of Lincolnshire, not just for now, but for the future and for the future of generations of residents.
Thank you, Councillor Dodds. Councillor Victoria Ayling.
Thank you, Chairman. I can't support the Lincolnshire Independence Amendment, although I also congratulate the officers for their work in putting this together. And the reason I can't support it, because I cannot agree to a proposed council tax rise in this particular time. And with the Labour amendment, it's nothing more than more tax, more spend and more borrowing, which is typical of the Labour policy.
Thank you very much indeed, Victoria Ayling. Councillor Paul Wood.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few comments to make. I've listened with interest to the proposals. If I first make a comment on the Labour proposal, I can't support the Labour amendment, I'll tell you that. To me, it's well-meaning, and I know you mean well, but proposal to spend more in these economic times is misguided and to be completely wrong. The Labour amendment proposes to spend £11 million extra. I know you've listed things, but I just think it's reckless and misguided at this current time. So I can't. The only thing I do agree with is increasing the council tax slightly. Now that brings us on to the Lincolnshire Independent proposal, which is only, as I see, a minor proposal. Now, I've never been a big supporter of increasing council tax, to be quite honest, but I have been persuaded that this small increase to create this community fund is a good idea. And I think we've missed a trick, and I think Councillor Hill has probably missed a trick. On the previous years, he's taken the freeze grant, which is okay, I can understand that. That's been going on for a few years now. I think it's now the opportune time to actually take that minor increase. I think people will accept that. And I say, I speak for a person who's really campaigned about not increasing council tax, but I think this minor increase now is appropriate. A lot of the administration's proposal on the budget I see no problem with, to be quite honest, and I just think that one amendment to actually increase that by that would be a great thing. I'm pleased to see that you plan to carry out a fundamental review of services, and I think in these economic times, the financial constraints, that is essential. I don't know, could I ask for some assurance, like a cast iron guarantee that that fundamental review will be carried out this financial year in preparation for next year? And also, I don't know, will that fundamental review then come back to this council? So those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Anne Reynolds.
Thank you, Chairman. We're not offering an alternative budget for the following reasons, although there were some areas that have given rise to concern, not at least adult social services. Health bodies and LCC have been allocated additional funding for transitional and transformation work. The amount of the allocation funds to be transferred from health will be the subject of discussion over the coming months, so as yet the actual figures remain unknown. Government transitional funding after this period also remains an unknown quantity, and these questionable amounts could not be incorporated into the budget. It is hoped that these delayed incomes will make a significant contribution and provide some cushioning against the financial pressures, and I've lost my place, found it, will provide some cushioning against the financial pressures as the business model of adult care is gradually re-landscaped in the coming year. But we remain deeply disturbed by the level of cutbacks being imposed on adult care, especially given the LCC budget comment. We cannot put forward further savings without delivering unsafe services, which clearly indicates that the services now being provided are shamefully near to an inadequate level. Going through the budget, I was able to identify several overlaps of services and a £2.3 million service which, apart from one provision, all its services were overlapped by other providers. If these services were streamlined and the most costly decommissioned, it would represent a saving in the region of £3 million. This money could be transferred into the adult care budget. In this coming year, more services than normal are under review and will be subject to procurement, re-procurement and renegotiation. Some services will be decommissioned and the released funding will be reinvested into other areas. Due to the nature of ongoing tender processes, we cannot know exactly what the costs of future service providers will be, nor what impact they will have on budgets, mid-term and at year-end balance. The budget also excludes a number of unallocated grants, New Homes Bonus Return Top Slice, Unring-Fenced Adoption Reform Grant, Special Education Needs Grant, and the additional £24 million funding for repairs of flood defences. Given the unprecedented financial and operational pressures, we think that LCC have worked hard to produce a balanced budget. But because so many financial elements remain as yet unknown, we do not feel it would be constructive to produce an alternative budget based on unknown revenue figures. However,
Councillor Reynolds, your time is up, unfortunately.
Thank you,
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Robin Renshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. I support the Labour Group's alternative budget, which should have the support at least of all the opposition members who wish to have a proper library service. If not, those members who live in divisions where 23,000 supporters supported libraries, they might consider voting next time for a different party. Could be a bizarre coalition. Now, on the main issue, nobody likes paying more for anything, do we? We don't, honestly. We like to keep our hands in the pockets and on our wallets. It's natural to want to keep your own money, but when energy companies, supermarkets, petrol suppliers up their prices at the drop of a hat, we moan. But still we pay it year on year like sacrificial lambs to the slaughter. It's well rehearsed that if the commodity prices do not increase in a world market comprised of growing economies, then inevitably catch-up commences. I feel that asking taxpayers to pay an additional 50 pence a week would be accepted on the library issue alone. Other matters indicate selling Lincoln short. Now, the not having a park and ride in Lincoln is selling us short, and I'll just raise that with Councillor Davey, because I know how hard Ian Emerson has worked to bring the cycle time trial event to Lincoln. It's a week or so after the Lincoln Revealed event, and there'll be massive numbers of people coming there. Now, we're going to sell Lincoln short, we're going to sell Lincolnshire short. It looks as though we wish to remain a small fish in the pond, and we're certainly not going to be attractive to other organisations who want to bring similar events in the future. The other matters, of course, by increasing the council taxes, as has been said, Lincoln, and it's like deja vu to me, because this is exactly what I said last year. Lincoln, after 6 o'clock at night, trying to get into the nighttime economy, you can't do it. You either have to walk, which I do, because it's good exercise, or get a taxi. There's no proper evening or Sunday bus services of anything to note about. And then, of course, we forget older people's dignified cares, and this 15 minutes debacle, well, it horrifies me. It shows no respect at all for the generation that's older than me, and certainly it absolutely disgusts me. And as far as the living wage goes, mostly for young people, the minimum wage is obviously should have been increased, and it should have been one figure. The living wage, what it does is give people on a very low wage standard, gives them more disposable income. What do? They spend it in the Lincoln and Lincolnshire businesses. It doesn't go into the banks like the people, like the bankers and the millionaires tax break gave them. Theirs will be stashed away in tax havens, no doubt. And I mean, the other thing as well, it also...
Your time's up, Councillor Renshaw. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Chris Payne.
Thank you, Chairman. Unfortunately, I cannot endorse the proposed budget. It does not address the need for the county or the residents of the people we should be here for. Our roads are crumbling and need 600 million spending on them. That is 30 million a year for the next 20 years. That alone would be a 13.3% increase in council tax. Our rivers desperately need dredging. If they flood, the lives and livelihoods and houses that are going to be devastated are going to be millions and millions of pounds. So I do not and cannot endorse pretending we've not got an issue. We've got to address the fact that rural funding and the lack of it for Lincolnshire is an issue. It is not acceptable. I do not want, when I go to my parish and town councils meetings, the constant question, why are our roads so poor? Why are we not bringing investment, jobs into the local community? Why the further east you go in the county, the more deprived it gets and lack of funding? East Lindsey actually brings in the majority by over half of the investment for tourism in the county, but yes, it is a poor part in the county. We need to address these things. We cannot cope on the funds we currently get. We have to go to government and say, sorry, it is not suitable. The funds are too short. Let's stop sending the money out of the country and concentrate on the needs of our residents. It is not good enough. I do not feel the fact we should be answering for poor roads, poor translation fees, that we're putting money away. It is wrong. So let's actually look at what needs to be done. Let's go to the government and say, sorry, we are underfunded. We need more money. This is not suitable. It is not fit for purpose. So unfortunately, I never normally endorse an increase in council tax. I think it's wrong in these times, but we've got to be fair that people expect a certain level of services. They don't want cuts. We're cutting our libraries. If we'd actually supported Pauline Palmer's proposal, we'd actually have another £250,000 more money and over 111 jobs saved. It's wrong. We have got to address the situation and not bury our head in the sand. So unfortunately, I think the council needs to go to government and say, look, we need more funding, we cannot cope. We need better roads to bring investment. M11, fantastic. But we need to look at this and not pretend it's not an issue. So I do support the independence proposal. At 50, well, I think it's for about 47 pence a week, which is nothing. And the people would actually adopt that for better services. And this is what's coming back to me when I go to town and parish councils meetings, that people want and deserve services. So I'm sorry, I can't endorse the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Councillor Stephen Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to quickly run through some points. Political point scoring that Councillor Hill mentioned right at the start of his thing, but then proceeded to point score. I'm sick and tired, as most people are in this country, of politicians point scoring. Leave it to the professional comedians at Westminster. Keep it out of local politics. Volunteers offered opportunities, Mr. Hill said, Councillor Hill said, our leader. I look at the opposite side of the coin. I don't see it that way. What I see is the volunteers having their arms twisted up their backs to take on their libraries or lose them. And this is starting to come out now in comments from organisations who are having to work hard to try and find the funding to keep their libraries going. So that is coming out. And I think we'll see more of that. Councillor Marriott said about adult social care over libraries. I 100% agree with you, Councillor Marriott, and the executive and any other person or councillor who thinks that. However, when they've made such a mess of the libraries, when they're not going to save 2 million that was kept going and going, about 2 million we need to save, not going to save 1.9, not going to save 1.7. Councillor Worth has been on media very often saying now 1.5 million. I don't know where that's come from. And also, I've got to say that even now with the proposals that are going through, this council has made such a mess of it that we are not going to save any money until 2017-18 because of the extra costs involved in setting up volunteers. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous, and this is the people leading us. So I've got to also say that in the consultation, the #1 item there is increases in council tax would be preferable to cutting services. And that is where we're coming from. The people recognise they're not stupid. They know that services are under threat, and they are saying to us, we are prepared to pay a little bit more if you protect our services. So that is why we put that forward, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. The leader has indicated that he wants us to keep as much money as possible in the pockets of the residents of Lincolnshire. We are a low-wage economy and people need their money to live. Councillor Hoff wants 50p per week added to council tax, which frankly seems very reasonable on the face of it. What's 50p after all? But at the same time, the Labour group has told us that people in Lincolnshire are using food banks. Now, recently, I've been taking part in an exercise to examine the problems of getting suitable nutrition into families in very low-wage households. And as part of the exercise, the participants, including myself, were asked to live on no more than £10 for a week for food. Now, I agree it's a set-up situation, it's a very false situation, and one needs to examine whether it's a suitable thing to do. But because the exercise was being done very seriously, I agreed to take part. I ate nothing from my cupboards. I drank nothing that didn't come out of the £10 apart from water. To my utter shock, it could be done, sort of. The very great difficulty was to actually find enough cash to provide protein. The protein foods are very expensive, your fish, your meat, your cheese, your eggs. It was easier for me as a vegetarian. Now, that 50p a week that Councillor Hoff has talked about, over a month is £2. And that would have provided the people in the exercise with a dozen large eggs, a large loaf of bread, and a large packet of digestive value biscuits from one of the leading supermarkets. When you don't have to look for every 50p, it is easy to add 50p to other people's bills. But because we do have low-wage families, considerably low-wage families, my feeling is that we've got to husband this budget very carefully to strengthen and to make the economy more robust. Because when that economy grows within Lincolnshire, we will therefore have more money available for businesses, which will feed into the local economy and provide more jobs. And hopefully then there will be far fewer people needing to undertake the exercise that I've just done. Yes, we need the roads fixed. Yes, we could add a little bit of council tax, of course we could. But at the moment, money is extremely tight. We need to build our economy so that more money is available for all. And because of that, I will be supporting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockway. I've got 5 speakers left now. Next speaker is Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was brought up as the poorest child, oldest of 6, in the poorest family, in the poorest street, in the Soviet Socialist Republic of South Yorkshire. We really were poor in those days, but we didn't know it, because we were all in the same boat. One cold tap in the kitchen, toilet at the bottom of the street. We once got burgled, and it was a disaster because they stole £1 of potatoes. That's all we had. We had no services as such from the local councils. We had to be completely self-dependent. Now we're in this society where everyone's got this sense of entitlement. I want, I want, I want, without putting anything in, without paying anything in. We look after our people pretty well by comparison to 1960. We really do. But we seem to be mealy-mouthed about the cuts we really need to make and the services we really need to offer. I think it's laudable to say, let's raise another 2 million by increasing council tax. That's 0.2% of our budget. In business, I wouldn't even bother looking at that project. We need to get more vigorous, and we need to be more transparent in the way that we approach the budget. This wonderful document for me, I'm not bad at numbers, but it's a real smokescreen. I had a lot of trouble working through it, and I would have had to spend months talking to officers and all the rest. And then as Councillor Reynolds said, we're in such a period of transition with impending cuts, with amalgamations of this, with changes in that, that it's very, very difficult to put together a meaningful budget because all the numbers will change in a month. What I'd ask is, for next year's budget, we change the way we work. We try to become more integrated as a cross-party team, because it's a cross-party issue, this. Lincolnshire isn't well looked after. Oh, we've got 7 MPs, and that's not much in terms of Whitehall or Parliament or the ruling party wanting to look after us more because we're worth more votes in Westminster. It's always been the same, and it doesn't matter what the political perspective is in Lincolnshire, we're all in the same boat. We are in the bottom quartile for almost everything, and it's not going to improve. What we need to do is cut our cloth according to our means even more vigorously, try to encourage more volunteers, not less. I suppose you are all the councils are in the same shape in that it's so hard to find volunteers to do anything. It's always the same few. And so I'd ask that we get more vigorous, not less vigorous next year.
Thank you very much indeed,
Thank you.
Councillor Mayor. Councillor Helen Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just three points basically. We do need this extra funding. We should not be supporting a decline in our provisions responsibility, but be working together with the public more, as has just been stated, to a satisfactory customised set of services, especially for the people of Lincolnshire. We are an exception. Lincolnshire is an exception. Cutting contact with communities, whether urban or rural, so there's not so much interaction, is a backward step. Withdrawing quality facilities will not show up immediately, but in 20 years' time, after a child's had an education or grown up into adulthood. It's not going to be immediate. We're not going to see it, but in 20 years' time, they certainly will, and they'll know where to point the finger, I'm sure. Libraries offer so much more, as we are all aware of, than just reading books. Funding is required for the Lincolnshire residents, and they understand that, but they have to have the trust in the people that are administrating and providing those services. The quality of all of us, whether it's actually, we need 3 things as far as I can see it. In mind and body, we all need these 3 basic things. We need the exercise, we need food, and we need stimulation. And it's in direct proportion. The quality of the exercise, the stimulation, the food has a direct result with what comes out the other end. We have to interact with others. We have to. And it's the same whether you're exercising your mind or whether you're exercising your body. The input has a certain, we all know about the law of relativity, has a certain coverage of what the output is if we guide the input correctly. Both of these need to be satisfied to provide healthy, happy people who are inspired to contribute greatly to their society. If we cut back in the wrong places, where a child is in their education, in a point of growing up to reach adulthood and become the society, we're just heading for trouble. We have to be very careful.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both the independents and the Labour councillors here are really seeking the same thing, which is a safety blanket as we move forward and we face more cuts, which this budget does not offer. And the investment to protect key services, improve life chances of our people. What is wrong with that? Investment is needed in all the areas outlined by both leaders. Adult social care, as we all know, is of vital importance to everybody, because we all one day may become elderly or vulnerable, and we may need that support ourselves, and people know that. People care about others in their community. Investing in buses is not a waste of money. It is vital to improve the chances of people, particularly in rural areas, particularly those on low incomes, particularly those seeking jobs. We criticise them for not working, and yet we deny them the opportunity that they may need to even have an equal chance of jobs. They also need access to other key services, and people of all ages use bus services, and surely the people in our rural areas are entitled to avoid the social exclusion they otherwise face without that key transport. Libraries do not only provide somewhere to read, but in a time when other services are being threatened and cut, they also provide key community hubs. They help improve the welfare of our elderly and disabled using them. And vitally, they support the children who have no computers at home, who currently are being denied an opportunity with fellow classmates to do their studying online. The Labour budget recognises that there are low-income people. Yes, they may well struggle with that 50 pence, but our budget offers them hope.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. The Leader of the Council, in opening this debate, spoke about the 4 years he had presented a budget to this authority. On the 2nd of May 2013, the electorate of Lincolnshire passed their judgment, and you lost control. Very noticeable in today's debate that the involvement of the Liberals has been muted, of the Independents has been non-existent, and very little involvement from the Conservative benches. When we talk about issues such as the difference in mortality rate, it comes down to issues of how much money you have and where that money is allocated. There's been a lot of crocodile tears about a 1.9 increase. Didn't hear anything said about the energy companies that have gone to double figures, to the rail companies that charge you, to the fact that our service networks like electricity, because they're privatised, couldn't restore power, when in the past they had the ability to pull workers from around the United Kingdom to restore supplies. And of course, if volunteering, if that ethic is there, then I hope Serco are volunteering to do the work for us at the same rate as the people in the libraries will get. I doubt it. And when we look at those companies, let us make the judgments on their performances over the years. Exemplary? I think not. And yet we are prepared to lose that service ethic and to pay money, far more than 1.9 I think Serco will be looking for from the contract, we might have saved, but they will make. On the railways, our railways are paid for by us, and where does it go? It goes to the state railways of France and Germany. So when we look at the things that I'm looking for in my ward, I'm looking for reasonably cheap public transport in and out of the city. Now that's a bit of a challenge come 7 o'clock at night. What I do when I stand at the bus stop and see it's an hour to the next bus, and this is an urban environment, I go down to North Icombe and come back. Why? It's warmer on the bus and waiting at the bus stop for an hour. I would not have got away with that when I was chairman of the city transport, running a bus fleet that could have kept the prices in this city to the bottom. We're happy with these monopolistic regimes that we've now seen in so many bits
Thank
of
you very
enterprise.
much indeed, Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Your time's up. Councillor Alison Austin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to sound very low-key after the rantings of some previous councillors. In my opinion, it's short-sighted to continue with our 0% increases with the uncertainty as to what is going to happen with freeze grants in the future. We know that we'd like more money from central government, but we've got to be realistic. We may not get it. We especially need it actually in rural areas. Now, with flooding, resilience is the key to future development. And I see Councillor Overton's idea of seed corn. That might be a small step, but it might just be they're doing this same thing. It could have prepared communities, for instance, to have been prepared for the cuts that had to come in the library service. For communities where staff might have been able to have taken over day centres for adults with learning difficulties. These are the sort of things where money perhaps could be spent, maybe even what Councillor Brockway's exercise is about building resilience in certain parts of the community by showing them how they can feed more cheaply. So these are the sort of things.
Chairman, point of information, that was not the exercise at all. I was just asked to see if it could be done. It wasn't to show anybody anything. I wouldn't be so arrogant.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Brockway. Please continue, Councillor Austin.
I misunderstood Councillor Brockway, but help, guidance to parts of the community to perhaps be a little bit more self-sufficient is what we should be perhaps trying to do. I can't support the Labour group policy, though, who purely in my mind just want to spend more, just handing out more money. I feel that it's important that any money extra money that we can get in, we make work positively, and that is by building up resilience in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Hill, I've got one last speaker, Councillor Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's been very interesting listening to the alternative budgets, and I'd just like to pick up on a few things, really. I do believe the Labour budget is just a one-year fix, and I have to say, my husband would say I'm not that good with money, but I would never actually have a budget that was only fixed for 1 year. And we do all know across this council, we're not, if you wait to see what I'm going to say to you, be patient. We know that we all know we've got to make and have a fundamental review of all our services across the council, like we did in 2010. And as has been said, there will be some difficult decisions. But the budget that we're putting forward today is actually providing services across the whole range of vulnerable people, fire and rescue and that. I do believe just pump priming for 1 year, as we've got the list of things here, will destabilise services. It really will. Just putting money in and taking it probably out in another year's time is just not the right way to go. And I just want to pick up, we've heard that, and there's comments about cutbacks in adult care. There really isn't cutbacks in that budget at all. And we've had comments about the home care service. It is difficult. Everybody would agree it's difficult in a rural area like we have, especially on the East Coast, delivering services. But all the clients that we have are assessed on need. We have had the national thing about 15-minute visits and this, that and the other, but our clients are assessed on need, and many of the residents will have probably 2 visits a day. Some residents do have a visit just to give people tablets because they can't actually take the tablets themselves. But we do know that it is difficult, and we are doing our very best. What we are going to do, though, over the next year is we are reviewing our care rates because we have come to end of a 3-year term. So we will be reviewing the rates to residential care and to home care providers in the next, it starts in March. I have to say the Better Care Fund is absolutely a godsend for adult care, and working with health, we do foresee, we're working very well in putting plans together to actually make savings and do things, like Councillor Reynolds said, much differently, working together, one assessment and things like that. You know, we know that we've got a long way to go, but we are going to get on that road, and that Better Care Fund, I think, will help us do that joint working. We've never before had something to give us such a impetus to work together. And I just want to now pick up on some of the children and young people increases in budgets. I actually do believe that the children's services budget is fine. I don't believe we need any additional funding, to be honest. I know we have a real support, and we want to make the best start for children who are in our care. There's lots of things that go on there. It's funded very well, that area. I have to say we can do more on the educational side, and we've actually now got a virtual head teacher in there who will be actually helping to support the young people with their education. I don't think we should return to the educational maintenance allowance because, you know, we've been there, and okay, young people do say they have difficulty with transport, but a lot of people in rural areas have a difficulty with rural transport. I would say as well for members, we talk about training opportunities for young people. Actually, this last year with having our apprenticeship champions, we've got 7,330 young people joined apprenticeship schemes. That is an increase on the year before at 6,009. So we are doing a lot of things for young people within our budget. And I do believe that it is a very balanced budget that we've put forward today. You know, we could always spend more. Individually, we could always spend more, but you have to live within your means. And I think the budget that we've put forward today is a very balanced budget. It isn't pump priming into areas and then having to take it away. It's very difficult saying to people, oh, actually, you had this money this last year, but you can't have it this. I believe actually freezing the council tax and going ahead will be, people of Lincolnshire will appreciate that. I've been around my parish councils and talking to them. People who I work for do know the council is in a financial situation. They know that the government's cutting our budget all the time, and I just believe that what we're offering today is the best thing for the people of Lincolnshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Bradwell. I now call on Councillor Martin Hill to respond.
I'm not sure whether Councillors Overton or Hough want to wind up on their motions.
According to the Constitution, they've got no right to reply.
Right, okay then. Fine. There we go. Okay, right. Yeah, an interesting debate, Chairman, and I think there's just some figures that I mentioned in my speech where I think possibly we all need to hold in our heads when we talk about these things. The first one is £111 billion a year we are spending as a country more than we're earning. We can't pretend that's not there, and we, as I said in my speech, that's the reality of life. And that will obviously impact on what the council does. So that translates potentially for this council, we've got to find more savings of £80 to £90 million between now and 2018-19. So I do think that the talk of that let's spend a bit more now because we think we've found some money and there is some money there to do that. That position is totally unsustainable because what, as Mrs. Bradwell said, if, say, we take the Labour proposal, they'll put more money, which is, as Councillor Marriott said, it's a very traditional Labour motion. Let's find some money from somewhere and sprinkle it around a bit here, there and everywhere, and that shows what nice people we are. That, in the context which we stand nationally and locally, is totally unsustainable because, yes, they may be able to sprinkle more money around this year, but when we start having to find the savings in future years, that will all be taken away and then some. Because don't remember, we are, even on our budget, we are looking at substantial savings. So on their budget, you've got to add make it up to £100 million worth of savings over that period. So I don't think what they're proposing is really sensible. And I listened to Councillor Hough, and he said how things are so bad for our residents and people haven't got enough food and etc. So he says, oh, let's put up council tax. Hold on. That didn't really make logic to me, because if you are so concerned, which we are, about our residents, particularly those residents who are struggling to pay their council tax, and it's all right talking about 50p this and all the rest of it, this council charges a Band D property owner over £1,000 a year. That is a lot of money which households have to find every month to pay, and it's a huge chunk of their earned income. And we could have had this 50p argument or whatever for years to come. That's now mounting up to £160. So if you said to somebody, what about 50p a week? Is that all right? Sounds okay. But if you said to somebody, well, would you like to pay an extra £160 now a year? They might have something to say about it. So I think it is the right thing to do, and I think there was a bit of knockabout from Councillor Parker. But what I'm interested in is, first of all, the residents who have to find the taxes which we levy on them. I'm equally interested in making sure we provide services at the right cost. I think there was some confusion about the freeze grant, and as I said in my speech, that has now mostly, not totally, been embedded in the base budget of this council. So the arguments about the 14 million, and as I said in my speech, obviously if the government grant is cut, that support will reduce by an equivalent amount. But I think it is morally wrong, and I think Councillor Parker identified money. There's a potential underspend of £11 million. There are going to be now more reserves than we thought. More money has come in lately than we believe possible. I actually believe personally, and I think my colleagues agree with me, that it's probably morally wrong to just slap some money on extra council tax charges on people because we're allowed to. And I accept the argument about the base budget, and it's not been a clear-cut decision, but my view and the view of my colleagues is at this time, for one more year, we can freeze the grant, and I think that's the right thing to do. Councillor Woods, I can assure you, yes, there will be a review, and we went through something very similar 4 years ago, and all councillors will be entitled to do that, and of course it will come to the results of that review, financial, will come to the budget, which will be debated this time next year. Councillor Reynolds, the BCF and some of these additional, they are not in the base budget, so we have been quite prudent in that to make sure that we weren't counting on money which we're not 100% sure we're going to get. I take your point about overlap, and thank you for your, and that will be that sort of thing we need to look at to make sure when we are looking at finding these extra savings we can do. So I take that point, and thank you for that. Nev gave his usual, I don't think you need a microphone in future, Nev, but I wasn't aware that we were in charge of trains and all the rest of it at energy companies. Probably better if we were, but alas we're not. So Councillor Mayor, I mean, I think we have this group. We do have the value for money. There is a whole process which, as I've said before, I would encourage all councillors to engage with as we go through some of the details of this. Councillor Payne doesn't support our budget, doesn't really say which bit he doesn't support and what would be different, which brings me to the independent motion. And with the exception of Councillor Austin, I got a bit confused because they all kept saying we mustn't make cuts, these cuts are terrible, but they're actually using the 2 million they're going to take by putting up the council tax, not by preventing any cuts. They want to set a fund up to do something or other. Again, I think that's just taking money out of householders' pockets and putting it in our pockets for us to decide we don't know what to do it on. And for that reason, I don't think that would be a prudent thing to do. And I think if, you know, at least the Labour group, I suppose, have come up with some clear-cut proposals which actually they could do, although I say this is totally unsustainable in the long term. So I think it's been a useful debate and an interesting debate, but I still have clearly the view that our proposals are the best way forward. We know we've got difficult times coming ahead. We might as well get ourselves shaped up now to help that process. And the only thing was the use of reserves. Again, just to remind councillors, the reason we are able to use those reserves, I think somebody said, well, this is unsustainable. Yes, we know. It's because we took early decisions 4 years ago to actually get the savings done early, because the government grant reduced year on year on year. That gave us the elbow room or the financial leeway to actually smooth the process from where we were back in 2010 to where we'll need to be in 2019, 40% less well off. So I would, that is a prudent use of reserves, and we still have some substantial amount of reserves which we can look at, which no doubt will disappear as the years go on. So I would hope that members, having listened to the debate, would support our proposal and not accept the amendments. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hill. I now intend to take the votes on the Labour amendment, the Lincolnshire Independence amendment, and the original motion in order as stated on the order of procedure. Councillor Hoff.
Can we ask for a recorded vote on these three motions, Chairman?
So, do you have 15?
Marion.
No, they don't want a recorded vote.
Do you have 15 supporters?
I don't know, Chairman.
Yes, Marion.
What have we got?
Right.
What have we got?
Yes, not even on your own motion do you want a recorded vote.
Have we got, no, 1, 2, 3.
Could I just, excuse me, could you just record what's happening? Could you just tell me where we are? I missed a bit.
We're just going for, Councillor Hoff has just asked for a recorded vote and is seeking support for that recorded vote. We need 15.
Was it not that the national government have passed something that says we've actually got to have a recorded vote? Not yet. All right, okay, fine.
So we're still short of the 15. Right, we're now going for a recorded vote.
Councillors, we're now going to record a vote on the Labour amendment. This one is on the Labour amendment. I will read out the name of each member, with those voting for the Labour amendment say yes, those voting against the Labour amendment say no, and those abstaining say abstain. Councillor Adams. No. Councillor Allen. No. Councillor Aaron. No. Councillor Austin. Councillor Mrs Ayling. No. Councillor Beaver. No. Councillor Mrs Bradwell. No. Councillor Brailsford. No. Councillor Bridges. No. Councillor Mrs Brockway. No. Councillor Brooks. No. Councillor Mrs Churchill. No. Councillor Clark. Councillor Davey. No. Councillor Davis. No. Councillor Dilks. Yes. Councillor Councillor Dodds. Councillor Ellis. Councillor Fairman. Councillor Fleetwood. Councillor Higgs. Councillor Hicks. Councillor Hill. Councillor Huff. Councillor Dean Hunter Clark. Councillor Robin Hunter Clark. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jessen. Councillor Jones. Councillor Kaimat. Councillor Ms Keywood Wainwright. Councillor Kinch. Councillor Kirk. Councillor Mayer. No. Councillor Marfleet. No. Councillor Marriott. No. Councillor Macaulay. No. Councillor McNally. No. Councillor Morgan. Yes. Councillor Murray. Councillor Mrs Newton. Councillor O'Connor. No. Councillor Mrs Overton. Councillor Ox. Councillor Mrs Overton. Councillor Oxby. No. Councillor Payne. No. Councillor Pepper. No. Councillor Palmer. No. Councillor Parker. Yes. Councillor Phillips. No. Councillor Mrs Powell. No. Councillor Miss Elizabeth Ranson. Councillor Miss Felicity Ranson. Councillor Mrs Ranson. No. Councillor Mrs Rawlins. No. Councillor Mrs Reynolds. No. Councillor Mrs Renshaw. Yes. Councillor Robin Renshaw. Yes. Councillor Robinson. No. Councillor Mrs Rawlings. No. Councillor Shore. No. Councillor Mrs Smith. No. Councillor Mrs Sneath. No. Councillor Strange. No. Councillor Mrs Talbot. No. Councillor Trollope-Ballou. No. Councillor Turner. No. Councillor Tweedale. No. Councillor Webb. No. Councillor Wood. No. Councillor Mrs Woolley. No. Councillor Mrs Wooten. No. Councillor Wooten. No. Councillor Worth. No. Councillor Mrs Ray. Have I missed anyone? That's it.
Whilst the counting is being done, just to inform you that we are going to move to item 10 before lunch, and lunch is unfortunately postponed until 1:30. And the reason why is that Mr. Peter Clay, who's kindly come here to give a presentation, has to leave soon. Thank you. Can I have some order, please? The results are no 62, yes 11, no abstentions. So therefore the amendment is lost. I'm now going to move to the Lincolnshire Independence Amendment. Go for that vote. Do you wish also for a recorded vote, Councillor?
Should do it on the others as well. Thank
Could
you.
you please show 15 supporters? Yes, a recorded vote.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a recorded vote on the Lincolnshire Independent Amendment. I'll read out the name of each member. Those voting for say yes. Those against say no. And those abstaining say abstain. Councillor Adams. No. Councillor Allen. Yes. Councillor Aaron. No. Councillor Austin. Yes. Councillor Mrs. Ayling. No. Councillor Beaver. Councillor Mrs. Bradwell. No. Councillor Brailsford. No. Councillor Bridges. No. Councillor Mrs. Brockway. No. Councillor Brooks. No. Councillor Churchill. Councillor Clark. No. Councillor Davey. No. Councillor Davis. No. Councillor Dilks. Yes. Councillor Dodds. Yes. Councillor Ellis. Yes. Councillor Fairman. Yes. Councillor Fleetwood. No. Councillor Higgs. No. Councillor Hicks. Yes. Councillor Hill. Councillor Huff. Yes. Councillor Dean Hunter Clark. No. Councillor Robin Hunter Clark. Councillor Jackson. Yes. Councillor Jessen. Yes. Councillor Jones. No. Councillor Kaimak. No. Councillor Mr. Keywood Wainwright. Councillor Kinch. No. Councillor Kirk. Yes. Councillor Mayer. No. Councillor Marfleet. No. Councillor Marriott. No. Councillor Macaulay. No. Councillor McNally. No. Councillor Morgan. Yes. Councillor Murray. Yes. Councillor Mrs. Newton. No. Councillor O'Connor. No. Councillor Mrs. Overton. Yes. Councillor Oxby. No. Councillor Payne. Yes. Councillor Pepper. No. Councillor Palmer. Yes. Councillor Parker. Yes. Councillor Phillips. No. Councillor Mrs. Powell. Yes. Councillor Miss Elizabeth Ranson. Councillor Miss Felicity Ranson. Councillor Mrs. Ranson. Councillor Mrs. Rawlins. Councillor Mrs. Reynolds. Councillor Miss Judy Renshaw. Councillor Robin Renshaw. Yes. Councillor Robinson. No. Councillor Mrs. Rollins. No. Councillor Shore. No. Councillor Mrs. Smith. Yes. Councillor Mrs. Sneath. No. Councillor Strange. No. Councillor Mrs. Talbot. No. Councillor Trollope-Ballou. No. Councillor Turner. Councillor Tweedale. No. Councillor Webb. No. Councillor Wood. Yes. Councillor Mrs. Woolley. No. Councillor Mrs. Wooten. No. Councillor Wooten. No. Councillor Worth. No. Councillor Mrs. Ray.
Right, order please. The results are no 48, yes 21, 4 abstentions. Therefore that amendment is lost. I'm now going to move to the original Lincolnshire administration motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Yeah. Please bear with us. Don't drop your hand. Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? Keep. Thank you. That motion is carried. 38 in favour, 23 against and 9 abstentions. Thank you very much indeed. We're now going to move on to item 10 of the agenda, and I invite Mr. Peter Clay, Chairman of the Independent Remuneration Panel, to speak.
Thank you, Chairman.
Can we have some quiet, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for letting me come here today on behalf of the Remuneration Panel to give you a summary of our findings. I'm fairly confident you've all had the opportunity of reading the report, and as lunchtime comes forth, I don't really want to go into a great amount of detail. But what I do want to do is to explain the approach, because I think that is very, very important. You remember that the last time I chaired the panel in 2010, our report was presented to you and you accepted it, but you didn't implement it. So from our point of view as a panel, we decided that the best thing to do when we started this year's deliberations was to take our recommendations from 2010 and have a further look at them. Now, we recognise that you didn't take those recommendations because of the economic downturn at the time. However, before I go any further, one thing I do want to do is that when I first became involved in remuneration panels about 10 years ago, we were told that about 25% of what you do should be regarded as voluntary. Now, the panel were concerned that because you hadn't had an increase since 2010, that element must have increased. So we asked our colleagues here at the council to do some sums, and we checked them ourselves. And we found out that using the CPI indicator, that voluntary element is now 44%. So that was our start. So how did we go about the task? Well, we spoke to 27 existing and new members, and many of the new members were surprised at the amount of work involved in the role of a councillor. We then started benchmarking what you get compared with other councils throughout the country, and we both used large, small, urban and rural. So we did the job, as we were concerned, looking at the whole spectrum. We looked at the individual roles, especially the special responsibility allowances. And one surprising thing that came to us there was that when we spoke to some of you, you didn't appear to have a role description, and that gave us a little bit of concern. What we also decided to do was that because you are in charge of a huge budget here, we wanted to look on the impact of the roles and the governance of the council that you were having, not the meetings you were attending. So those two thoughts were foremost in our minds, the impact and the governance. And the final thing we wanted to do was to try to simplify it, because I know in the past we've messed around with it, and to get it simplified was one of the objectives for this year. So the conclusions which we reached are in the report, but I'm going to briefly outline some of the aspects. Basically, we said that many of the allowances should be increased by 1% above our 2010 recommendations. However, we recommended the payments for special responsibility allowances be split into 10 bands, as outlined in Appendix 2 of the report. Now, the rationale for increasing the executive roles further was recognition of the significant responsibilities the executive have in steering this large and complex council. It is also worthy to note that at this stage, the panel were very mindful of other members who work in similar public bodies who receive substantially more. The panel has also recognised the changed makeup of the councillors and has therefore made specific recommendations as to revise payments to opposition group leaders and shadow executive. Further minor recommendations have been made within the body of the report. For the future, the panel recommends from 2014 indexing rises in line with the local government Green Book pay awards. So in conclusion, we hope the panel report tries to reflect our belief that the remuneration should be paid linked to the impact and responsibility members have towards the governance of the council. On behalf of the panel, I would like to thank those members who gave up their time to talk to us, and a special thanks to the council staff who helped with administration in preparing this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Clay. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, first of all, can I, on behalf of the Council, thank Peter Clay and his team for doing this substantial body of work, which was very thorough and I thought very fair. It was at somewhat short notice, because I also thank them for actually quickly doing this, because we did want it doing as quickly as was reasonably possible, because it is an emotive issue. So I'd like to thank them, and if you could pass your thanks on to your colleagues, that would be very grateful. I was interviewed and I thought the interview was very professional and fair. We are asked here to agree or amend the proposed member scheme, so I would clearly state that we should agree an independent review. If you ask somebody to come independently to review you, I think all of us could probably argue about this and that and the other, but I think the best thing, my personal view, is that we just agree those, which is what we did last time. We agreed them, but then there was a debate about whether to accept them or not. So what we're agreeing, what I would suggest we do here today is to agree, and I think we need to clarify, if people don't agree, what if they're not agreeing with the recommendations in the first place, or if they're agreeing and then making a statement about whether they want to take them or not. And obviously I take the point about role descriptions for special responsibility allowances, and that's something we will look at. I thought it was a very good report, a comprehensive report, and frankly it's as simple as that. We need to agree, and then what people do beyond that is really up to them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Patricia Bradwell.
Proposal, Mr. Chairman, and I defer to come back later in the debate.
Thank you very much indeed. I just have a few speakers. Councillor John Hoff.
I think what we have to face here is the reality of what the outcome of this report is. It's going to cost this council £250,000 to implement the recommendations. We've just been talking about the budget, we've been talking about the dire situation of this council, and yet we're still talking here that from the Conservatives that we should increase these allowances. And what do these allowances actually mean? We're talking about a 56% increase in an allowance for the leader. We're talking about a 47% increase for every member of the executive. And we're talking about a 23% increase for all of us. Now, I described earlier in my question to the leader about the problems that the church leaders have described in Lincolnshire. We have had discussions about the libraries. We are sacking over 100 staff this week to get rid of them. We're then expecting people in the community to do for nothing the job that we have been paying librarians for. Yet we are saying that here in the council we can vote ourselves huge increases. Well, for what reason? Because a panel has suggested it, and I respect what the panel have done, but in a time of crisis I do not respect a decision that we should be able to take very large increases. People in the real world do not have the luxury of being able to choose whether they should have a 56% increase. In most cases, they don't even have the luxury of getting a wage increase at all, or if they do, it's very low. They have to choose between putting food on the table or heating their homes. And some people in this county are still having to deal with the effects of flooding. We need to make sure that we do not misuse our power to increase our wages without the support of the public out there. And I don't think hardly any member of the public in Lincolnshire will understand how we can increase our allowances by these huge amounts while they are struggling to survive.
Thank you, Councillor Hoff. Councillor, yes.
Clarity. Is Councillor Hoff accepting the recommendations and then not choosing to take them, or is he? If he could just make clear whether he accepts the panel have done a lot of work, and I think at least he has the courtesy to tell them whether he agrees with their recommendations or not. That's a different matter from whether you choose to take them.
Councillor Hoff, do you wish to respond?
I'm happy to respond, Chair. I mean, as I've tried to make clear...
Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as I tried to make clear in what I was saying, people out in the real world do not have the option of being able to choose. I do not think we should have that option.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Chris Payne. Councillor Hoff, if you're going to speak, continue to speak, could you stand up? Thank you.
What we are saying is these proposals are not acceptable at this time of financial crisis. That's what we are saying. We cannot accept that the council should be accepting or voting for itself for large increases. No. Yes, I'm absolutely clear and honest. What more do you want, Mr. Chairman? Are you clear what I'm saying?
I am. Councillor Hoff, do you wish to answer that direct question, yes or no?
We are not voting for large increases in councillor allowances. That's what we are saying.
Right. Can I have some order, please? Can I have some order? Councillor Hoff, thank you very much indeed. I'm now going to call Councillor Chris Payne. Thank you. Is this a point of order? Yes. Yes, certainly.
Don't want this to become a party political issue. When somebody moves a motion, it is usually very clear. I move a motion that says this, and I'm not arguing about the way you've done it, Martin, but at the moment you're moving to agree or amend. That does not seem to me to be a positive motion, because we could be saying, if we agree with it, we agree or amend. Now, if you want to be clear, because you're the mover of the motion, not us.
I thought I did make that clear. What I would move is that we agree the recommendations of the independent panel, just so we're absolutely clear.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I now go back to Councillor Chris Payne, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the council have to remember that being here today is a public duty. We're actually representing the public and their wishes. But unfortunately, if you fulfil your duties to the full and attend parish meetings, town council meetings, chamber meetings, security meetings, you're not on the minimum wage, never mind the living wage. So, and the problem is it's not been addressed for years, and that is the issue. What I put to the IRP was quite straightforward. I believe councillors should be paid for what they actually do. So they should be paid for the chamber meetings they attend, paid for the security meetings they go to, paid for the town and parish meetings, because it means you can be a councillor and take the money, say thank you very much, and not do the work. If you do the job properly, you are underpaid by 50%. We're not talking about voting massive increases in salaries. We're talking about people being able to do the job, pull more young people, better talented people into the chambers. This is not a reflection on the current councillors around me, but you've got to actually make it sustainable so people can come here and work and do it as a job rather than being retired or not be able to afford to live. So I'm afraid I cannot endorse what some people are saying. I'd preferred if Councillor Hoff had said, yes, I'm against it or for it, but I'm not going to take the money. I would like to know that what people are going to say is quite clearly, are you going to take the actual increase, Councillor Hoff, or not? That's what I'd like to know. But no, I think we've got to address this situation and be honest and realistic. The fact that people, if they're going to come into the council chambers, need to be able to afford to do it. And it cannot be a case of those that can afford to come here or are retired can sit in the benches. It should be open to the general public to represent them.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Our next speaker is Councillor Victoria Ayling.
Thank you, Chairman. As a matter of conscience, I find it very difficult to actually support this proposed rise, because I've got residents who have to choose between eating or heating. We've got gaping potholes. There's all sorts that money could be spent on, and I do feel, as a matter of conscience, that I will not be able to vote to support this pay rise.
Thank you very much indeed. I've got enough speakers now to take us to 1:30. Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. As usual, I half agree with two people. Chris Payne's quite right. We've got this ongoing problem with paying politicians. You know, we call the MPs at Westminster pigs with their noses in the trough. They're not paid that well. We've got people in the county council, and if we're doing our job well, you know, I've got 7 parishes and all the rest, and we're paid for the hours we put in a lot less than minimum wage. That actually stops the 25 to 35-year-olds from considering even trying to become a member of a county council because they couldn't support the families. But at the same time, we're in this age of extreme austerity. Given the effect it would have on the mindset of the people who voted me in, I'd have to say just now, thank you very much, but no. But I'd also have to say, haven't we got far too many councillors in Lincolnshire? If we went like that, pay the ones who are really doing the job a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Field Ilks.
Thank you, Chairman. To be clear, I'll vote against the rise. The people we represent are facing a cost of living crisis. You know, we heard today that we can smile. You know, it's not funny, I've got to say, if you're actually facing that. This week we learned that unemployment across Lincolnshire is up again. Bank bonuses are up 83% under the current government. Tax breaks for millionaires and cuts for the poorest. That's what people are facing. Working people across Lincolnshire are £1,600 worse off a year under the current government. They are facing a crisis. Martin said today we should give whatever help we can now. You said that in your budget speech. And frankly, I agree with that. You know, we went through the budget debate we've just had, and you know, Labour was accused, oh, we want to spend. Labour, it wasn't about spending more, it was about not cutting quite so much, to be honest. I mean, just one example that I see, in the previous time I was on this council, we cut, the Conservative administration cut free home-to-school transport for those choosing to stay on to achieve their education potential. I was against that at the time, and I remember Councillor Bradwell saying at the time that's what they get their EMA for from the government, and that the kids should use the EMA for their transport, home to school transport. Well, you know, the current government got rid of the EMA that helped so many kids across Lincolnshire in a county that's got one of the lowest staying on rates in the country. They had their EMA cut. I think that was one of the worst cuts there's ever been. But you know, Councillor Bradwell, we heard this morning say that we shouldn't return to EMA because we've been there. But you did recognise, rightly, that young people across the county do have problems in paying for rural transport, and I'd just say I can't support it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, Councillor Brockway. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very disappointed, actually, that some councillors are effectively denying people on low wages the chance to take part in democracy. It's very nice to be able to stand up and say, I'm not going to accept these recommendations, and I'm going to assume that those people who vote to refuse the recommendations will be happy to also refuse the money. But the thing is, my feeling is it is essential that these recommendations go through because they are inclusive. You don't have to take this rise if you don't want to. Nobody's forcing, nobody's twisting your arm. You can do what you like with regard to it, but there are people who would want to take part in the debates to serve their community as a councillor, and they can't. We are excluding them. Not everybody in this chamber is in the position of being able to say, I can turn this down, oh, let's raise something 50p. You are making judgments about other people's income when you don't know what their real situation is. I would strongly recommend that we accept the recommendations, but then it is up to every individual in the chamber the way that they choose to act. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Brockway. Councillor Paul Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Clay for doing a very comprehensive report. I have no problems in accepting it. I think we've had an independent body to look at it. They've come up with the recommendations and we should accept it, and that's it. So no problems for me. I get a bit annoyed when people talk about large percentage rises because it depends what base point you started from. And I noticed that the basic allowance of £10,000 was a few years ago, and you're actually recommending a 1% increase on that. So to talk about 20, 23%. It gets very confusing for the public when you talk about percentages. And I say it depends on what the base figure is. From a personal point of view, I actually think if you look at large organisations, which Lincolnshire County Council is, spend about £1,000 million a year. So if you compare it with other large organisations or companies, the directors of those will be paid far more than what the recommendations are here. That's just my own personal point of view. So in actual fact, I would almost argue that some of them are too low, but fully accept the recommendations. I'm not proposing anything counter to it at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor John Marriott.
Chairman, can I concur with what Councillor Payne said? I've never been a great fan of the basic allowance, and I remember in the good old days when you got paid if you turned up, and I know on the police authority for 8 years we held out against the blandishments from central government to go for a basic allowance, as Phil will tell you, because he and I sat on it. Sadly, in the last few years of its existence, it went to an allowance. I can only talk personally, myself. Oh, by the way, one other thing we must remember, and that is that the money that was earmarked in the previous years for our allowance went into the big society fund, so it was actually spent within the community. That's now been embedded in the council budget. I'm pleased about that. From my own personal point of view, Mr. Chairman, I served for 24 years on the North Highcombe Town Council. I occupied various roles on that council. I hope I achieved a reasonable amount of success for my community. I didn't get a penny for that. I then served 18 years on the district council, and for a brief period was on both district and county, and I was what they call a dual-hatted member. Haven't been for a number of years. I know there are quite a few members of this council who sit on both, so they're ignoring the fact they're getting paid twice probably for a lot of duplicated roles. My position is quite clear. I did enjoy responsibility allowances for a number of years. I now am reliant entirely on my basic allowance. I'm very much in my dotage. It's my last 4 years. I don't want a lot of responsibility. I'm lucky I live fairly close to the council, although it takes a heck of a long time on the current roads to get into Lincoln from North Highcombe. However, I am aware that there are members here who have a massive distance to travel just to attend a meeting, without mentioning their names. They deserve to be able to claim far more than they do. I would also argue, Mr. Chairman, and I've said this to him several times, the money that Councillor Hill is being offered is derisory compared with the work he has to do. He had to give up his profession to become a full-time politician. He has to travel all over the country. He has to come in most days. He gets a pittance for what he actually does. And I think it's very magnanimous of him to turn it down. He must have plenty of money in the bank if he can afford to do it. But the point is this, Mr. Chairman. We are where we are. If we don't accept it this time, when will we ever get any increase? And let's be honest now, the £250,000 is a drop in the ocean compared with what we actually need as a local authority to really make a difference. This is purely gesture. As I said before, Councillor Hoff and his colleagues have a very simple solution. They just don't take it. They say, no thanks, stick to where we are. It's their choice. Thank
you, Councillor Marriott. Thank you very much. I've got 3 speakers left now, and hopefully I intend to finish by 1:30. Councillor Robert Parker.
What I want to ask is a very simple question. How do we justify this? Now, you can justify things in lots and lots of ways. If this was Goldman Sachs or Barclays or the Royal Bank of Scotland, we'd start off with, we can afford it. Okay, do we think that's a justifiable argument? Secondly, we could just argue it on the basis of need. Just in the same way that Trish Bradwell talks about home care needs assessment, let's all go through a needs-based assessment to say whether or not we need it according to a set of criteria. We could justify it on the basis of to catch up with other councils. Okay. Now I don't know what our workforce would say in that sort of comparison argument, because they've been arguing very strongly that the private sector's increases are going up at a faster rate than the public sector. So that doesn't seem like much of an argument. Somebody talked, it was John that talked about because we deserve it. Okay, if we're talking about deserve it, on what basis do we deserve it? Okay, in other words, have we got a special case that makes us worth 23 or 26% compared to 1% for council workers? What about merit? actual merit. That's the way that lots of people get increases. We got ourselves elected, that's something we can say about merit, but is that as far as it goes? That in terms of truly meritorious behaviour, the sort of thing that the civil service has where you get an enhancement because you've done exceptional service during the year, can we actually go into the pub or to the parish council and say, we deserve it? It's worth it on merit. What about to attract new people? That's an argument that's often used. Well, is the way to attract new people to pay ourselves more now? Okay, and what about if we do attract those new people, and the coded messages, of course, but we don't accept all of this, we have to pay some of it back, you know, because we had this discussion, and the argument was, it doesn't matter whether you need it or not, but I know the going rate's 10,000, but you're expecting this party actually to live on 8,000 and put the rest back. Does that sound like an argument? What about to retain outstanding performers? Because if not, they'll be going to another country. The usual argument that's used in relation to business. We've got to keep people in the UK, we've got to pay them more. Always the top companies and the top people, the argument is that we've got to pay them more. Right, could we argue that we've got so many outstanding performers that if we don't pay them that amount of money, they'll jump ship and go to another council? I don't think that any of those arguments actually make sense. And therefore, we come back to the question, can we afford it? No, we can't.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Robin Hunter-Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I've heard a few comments, people saying that, you know, there's no young people here because of the allowances. Well, hello, I'm over here. This is, as I see it, a voluntary position. I didn't stand to make any money out of this, and I doubt anybody did. Oh, I certainly hope not. I'm certainly not out of pocket. I'm out of pocket time-wise, perhaps, but not financially. And so, to be honest, you know, the current allowances we get are fairly satisfactory. If you want to have fully paid members of this council, then let's get rid of a lot of councillors, let's get rid of the district councils, and let's have a fully paid local authority that's accountable to the people. But that's not what we've got. We've got a voluntary local authority system. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker, Councillor Marianne Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to also add appreciation for the work done by the panel. It is an independent panel, and I have to say I was quite surprised at the depth that they actually went to, looking at exactly what you do, how much time you spend on different things, and a very detailed and thorough investigation. And I think, therefore, we talked about what basis, what criteria we should say, do we deserve it, and so on. Actually, the way we do it is we ask an independent panel who is not attached to ourselves and has a free voice and can say you're being paid too much or too little as they chose. So I think the process of having an independent panel and actually the way in which they so thoroughly investigated the issues was the right way forward. It's difficult, therefore, for us to start to say, well, we don't think we want it and we don't think it was right or anything else. I wasn't privy to all of the information that they had, and I know it was thorough, what I saw of it, but I know they had a lot more as well. So naturally, I wouldn't necessarily have come to the same conclusion on everything, but there we are. They're the ones who had the information, and they did the job. So therefore, I think we can do nothing but agree it. Whether we actually accept it personally is going to be entirely another matter, but it does mean that there is the opportunity for all members of the community to be able to come forward to stand for election if they choose. We can't leave it just to those that can afford it. We want to make sure everybody can do it. Lastly, the point about the amount of voluntary work has been mentioned. It's gone up to around 40%. That, of course, is of our direct councillor work. Of course, what we do, and we all do, very engaged in our communities, there's a huge amount of voluntary work that you do anyway in your communities, that by the very nature of your character, and that's what councillors tend to do. So I think that it's very important to make sure that this is on a basis that gives us a fundamental and secure future for the democracy of Lincolnshire.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Bradwell, you reserve the right to speak. Do you wish to speak? Councillor Hill, do you wish to respond?
Briefly to wind up, Chairman, just to clarify that I am moving that we agree the proposed scheme of members' allowances for 2014 to 2018, which is the independent panel's recommendations, and item number 2. I don't think there's anything particularly new came out of that debate, but just to say 2 things. One, councillors Mayor and Hunter Clark issue about too many, and I think that's something I would probably support, and as we've discussed before, certainly in times of the structure of local government, that's not in our hands about unitaries, if that's where implication is. The other thing, of course, is the number of councillors that come to this council, and my own view, and I think of many of my colleagues, that when we finally get round to looking at the Boundaries Commission review of our council, that my personal view is that we could manage with fewer councillors. Of course, we'll have a chance to engage with that process as we move on. I'm still a little bit bothered, frankly, Chairman, that we don't seem to be able to get a straight answer from some councillors what they're intending to do. It's pretty straightforward. I think you can either agree with what the panel have done or you can't. Then if you agree that they've come out with a reasonable piece of work, then you can say, well, actually, although I agree with what they're saying, I personally I'm not going to take it. I've made my position clear, and I've made my position clear. I'm not expecting putting pressure on anybody else to do anything, but I think it's quite wrong, really, that to actually some people, me or John Hoff, should say to somebody else, oh, you can't take that money. And I take Councillor Hunter Clark's point, but I think he'll find when he's a young professional and he's going up the career ladder as and hopefully earning lots of money, it becomes very difficult, and I think Councillor Mayor put his finger on it. When you're a young professional, either earning or you've got your own business, it is very difficult because you have to commit so much time to being a councillor, and I know there are councillors in this chamber who deliver a lot for the people of Lincolnshire, would like to deliver more, but they have this difficult balancing act because they know at the prime of their sort of earning power or the prime of their capabilities, and frankly there are many people out there I know who would be good middle-aged or young councillors from all walks of life who can't do it because they will have to sacrifice their job, in reality their chances of promotion, because they know what we remunerate people for is not sufficient. Having said that, we can fully understand, for all the reasons that have been expressed, that at this time, at any time really, it's always a difficult subject, which I think is quite the right, it's an individual choice matter, and I think that's as simple as that.
Thank you very much, indeed, Councillor. I now propose to go to the vote. Do you have 15 supporters? Right, we therefore go to a recorded vote.
Chairman, you are now voting on the recommendations of the Independent Remuneration Panel. I will read out each name. Those voting for say yes, those against say no, and those abstaining say abstain. Councillor Adams. Yes. Councillor Allen. Yes. Councillor Aaron. Councillor Austin. Yes. Councillor Mrs Ayling. Councillor Mrs Ayling.
You've been called.
Councillor Beaver. Councillor Mrs Bradwell. Yes. Councillor Brailsford. Yes. Councillor Bridges. Councillor Mrs Brockway. Yes. Councillor Brooks. Yes. Councillor Churchill. Yes. Councillor Davey. Yes. Councillor Davis. Yes. Councillor Dilks. No. Councillor Dodds. Councillor Ellis. No. Councillor Fairman. Yes. Councillor Fleetwood. Councillor Higgs. Yes. Councillor Hicks. No. Councillor Hill. Yes. Councillor Huff. No. Councillor Dean Hunter Clark. No. Councillor Robin Hunter Clark. Councillor Jackson. No. Councillor Jesson. Yes. Councillor Jones. Yes. Councillor Kaimak. Yes. Councillor Ms Keywood Wainwright. Yes. Councillor Kinch. Yes. Councillor Kirk. No. Councillor Mayer. No. Councillor Marfleet. Yes. Councillor Marriott. Yes. Councillor Macaulay. Yes. Councillor McNally. Councillor Morgan. No. Councillor Murray. Councillor Mrs Newton. Yes. Councillor O'Connor. Yes. Councillor Mrs Overton. Yes. Councillor Oxby. Yes. Councillor Payne. Councillor Pepper. Yes. Councillor Palmer. Councillor.
No.
Councillor Parker. No. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Mrs Powell. Yes. Councillor Miss Elizabeth Ranson. Councillor Miss Felicity Ranson. Councillor Mrs Ranson. Councillor Mrs Rawlins. Yes. Councillor Mrs Reynolds. Councillor Mrs Renshaw. Councillor Renshaw. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Mrs Rowlings. Councillor Shore. Councillor Mrs Smith. Councillor Mrs Sneath. Councillor Strange. Councillor Mrs Talbot. Councillor Trollope-Ballou. Councillor Turner. Councillor Tweedale. Councillor Webb. Councillor Wood. Councillor Mrs Woolley. Councillor Mrs Wooten. Councillor Wooten. Councillor Worth. Councillor Mrs Ray.
Councillors, it's been a long morning. I propose in a bit, once the vote has been announced, to recess for lunch and be back at 2:30. Thank you. Can we wait for the result, please? Thank you. Right, order please. The results are no abstentions, no 20, and yes 50. Therefore, it's moved as being approved. Thank you. We will now recess until 2:30. Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, councillors. I hope you feel refreshed and please be seated. Can you please take your seats? Thank you very much indeed, and we'll get started as soon as you're ready. Thank you. Right, we're going back to the agenda order now, and item number 9, the council business plan. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move that the council accepts and approves the annual business plan from 2012 to 15. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Bradwell.
Can that, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much indeed. I have a couple of, well, one speaker, Councillor Hoff.
Yes, Chairman. We cannot support this business plan when you see on page 137 or page number 7 at the top, contact with the library service either in person or the phone, by email or via the website. In 2013-14, the target was 5.9 million. Next year, the target is only 5.5 million. That's a loss of 400,000 users of the library. It is totally unacceptable. It's a direct result of what they are proposing. We cannot accept it.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hoff. Councillor Marianne Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is partly about consultation, and we have had a lot of meetings through our various scrutiny committees. Various parts have been discussed. There's been the executive, there's been opportunities there. So there has been some opportunity for us to put in our thoughts to this process, but I would also like to just remember how we did do this once before, where we did a lot of consultation with the public. And I attended one of the budget meetings recently in North Kesteven, and there was not that many people there because only some people had been invited, I think. But the key issue really is that there is a structure. We could use it more. We could actually get more involvement with the public directly in actually working towards our key objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. No other speakers. Councillor Hill, do you wish to respond?
No, I just move the recommendations that, you know, there is a target there for the libraries, which I think is realistic. So I'd like to go to the vote, please, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed. We're going to go for the vote. It's been proposed and seconded. All those in favour, please show your hands. Those against? Any abstentions? That is clearly moved. We'll now move on to item 11, pay policy statement. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. This is now a statutory requirement that we every year produce an annual pay policy statement. It's all a factual account of what our policies are and some of the salaries which are paid. So I just move the report.
Councillor Pepper.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm quite happy to second that.
Rashid. Councillor John Hoff.
Yes, Chairman. On page 7 of it, at page 180 of the council agenda, there is an issue here in which it talks about personal service contracts. Now, personal service contracts have been used elsewhere for people to avoid paying tax and national insurance. And while I realise this isn't actually saying we're going to do it, it's saying that we might do it, I just want to say that I think it would be a serious step for this council if it starts employing people on contracts which are deliberately designed to avoid tax and national insurance. We are a public organisation, we raise public money, and people who work for the organisation ought to pay their proper tax and national insurance. So I just raise that as an issue.
Thank you very much indeed. I have no other speakers. Councillor Hill, do you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you. As Councillor Hoff knows, we did discuss this at the whichever committee it was. I can't remember its name. The Pay Policy Committee, indeed. And of course, yes, although I fully support his comments, I think for technical reasons we can't issue a blanket ban on this. But I fully understand that we are quite clear that. Officers are clear that when we issue these sort of contracts, we wouldn't want to directly or indirectly encourage tax avoidance.
Thank you very much indeed. I have no other speakers. It's been proposed and seconded. I'm going to go to the vote. All those in favour, please show your hands. Those against? Any abstentions? That's clearly passed. We'll now move on to item 12, which is the appointment of monitoring officer. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, with the departure of David O'Connor, who is our current monitoring officer, we will need to appoint another one, and Richard Wills has been recommended by the Chief Executive. He has left the room, so if you want to say nice or nasty things about him, now is your chance. But I support the recommendation, and I hope he does as well.
Thank you very much, Dean. Councillor Jones.
I second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dean. I have one speaker, Councillor John Marriott.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I too support the appointment of Richard, but I wondered whether it would be appropriate at this point, I know it's already been mentioned this morning, to pay tribute to the work that David O'Connor has done for this authority and make it officially recorded. David has been an extremely hard worker. He has taken over many tasks over the last few years. He's always treated members with the greatest of respect. Well, I'm on red. Oh, sorry. I am rather tall, which probably accounts for the problem. Well, I'm not going to repeat myself, Tony, because I shall start to wander, shan't I? So, well done, David. Enjoy your retirement, and I'm sure that I can't remember the pub now. Is it the Bell? No, it's the other one, isn't it? One of them. But I did say to him, "Are you moving?" He said, "No, I've just spent 5 years doing up the house, so he'll be propping up the bar." Do they still do Aunt Bessie's Yorkshires there? I don't know. What's it? Tempest Arms, isn't it? God, I ought to know that. Senility. Anyway, I've already said too much, but I'd like on behalf of the council to thank you for all you've done and wish you many, many happy years of consultancy, or is it retirement?
Thank you. Councillor Talbot.
Thank you, Chairman. On a point of information, I think it's Marianne O'Connor that has refurbished the house at Colby, not David.
Thank you for that clarification. I'll go back to Councillor Hill. Just to sum up.
Thank you. Well, just endorse what John Marriott has said and thank David for all his work. He's not going just yet, and he has been being monitoring officer is not the most comfortable of jobs many times, and I think sometimes they have to give advice which is probably not well received, shall we say, but he's done it as well as he can, and we've been through some interesting times in terms of monitoring officer role. And I think David has done it very well and to his best of ability. And I don't think he'll be retiring. I don't think he's the retiring sort. I'm sure he'll be busy in future.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been proposed and seconded that Richard Wells be appointed as monitoring officer from 2014. I'm going to go to the vote. Those in favour, please show your hands. Any against? A miracle. Any abstentions? Congratulations to Richard Wills. We'll move on to item number 13, Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue pensions. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that Councillor Peter Robinson be appointed to the Lincolnshire Fire Service Pensions Internal Dispute Resolutions Procedure Committee, and that Councillor Sue Ray be appointed to the reserve member with immediate effect.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to second those nominations.
Thank you very much indeed. I have no speakers, so I'm going to go straight to the vote. Those in favour, please show your hands. That looks unanimous. Any abstentions? Any against? No. Thank you very much indeed. We'll now move to item 14, the by-election result. Now this is for noting only, and that members are required to note the election of Mrs. Leslie Ann Rollins to the Scotland Rural Division. She's not here now, but congratulations to her. I'm now going to move on to item 15, minutes of the meetings, Pension Committee. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chairman. I move that the minutes of the Pension Committee are accepted by Council.
Thank you. Are we all agreed to accept those? Great. We'll now move on to item 15, Planning and Regulation Committee. Councillor Fleetwood.
Thank you very much. Somebody's turned my mic on. I move that the minutes of the meeting of the Planning and Regs Committee held on 13th of January 2014 be received. There are no recommendations.
Thank you very much indeed. Are we all agreed to receive those? Thank you. Good. Audit Committee, Councillor Mrs. Rawlings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I move that the minutes of the meeting of the Audit Committee held on the 27th of January 2014 be received, and there are no recommendations.
Thank you very much indeed. Are we all agreed to accept those? Agreed. We now move on to item 16, motions. Members are reminded of the rules of debate, which are set out below. Councillor Robin Hunter-Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. It is no coincidence that there are less people from what we might call working class backgrounds able to climb the social mobility ladder. The clearest example of this is perhaps by looking at the makeup of the House of Commons. Look who are the leaders and future leaders of our country, the political elite. David Cameron, George Osborne, public school educated, straight to Oxbridge, worked for an MP and then became an MP. They've never lived in the real world. And as Nadine Dorries famously said, they don't even know the price of a pint of milk. Labour's front bench is not much better. Ed Miliband, Harriet Harman, both millionaires who claim to represent the ordinary man or woman in the street. If we now look back in time at previous MPs, Prime Ministers, some of the older members even of the House of Commons who are not being replaced, from all parties, Margaret Thatcher, David Davis, Diane Abbott, Margaret Beckett, Hazel Blears, Austin Mitchell, even Graham Brady, the chair of the 1922 committee, who said he owes his career to his grammar school education. They all do, and as they most probably would not be where they are today without it. Nationally, we just do not get the amount of people climbing the ladder. Grammar schools provide the brightest and the best the opportunity to excel academically. I therefore find it difficult to understand why we don't have more of them and why every government has been committed to slowly destroying them, and that's relevant to the Tory governments and Labour governments. The only inference one can draw from this is that the elite do not want ordinary, decent, hard-working people coming through the ranks and challenging them for their jobs and positions. We are lucky in Lincolnshire, therefore. I was lucky to have been born here and attended Skegness Grammar School. No more grammar schools can be built in Lincolnshire, however, we are told, but we are told that they are free to expand. Very recently, Michael Gove, the Secretary of State for Education, obviously, blocked an expansion to an existing grammar school in Kent. One councillor there criticised the expansion of free schools while ministers blocked plans for academic selection. In light of this, I feel we must write to him, asking why that was the case. There are only 164 grammar schools in the country, 15 in Lincolnshire, and the demand for a place is high. I personally believe every child should have the opportunity to attend a grammar school. I'm also worried and concerned by academies, personally, and whether in the future they are also able to drop academic selection. Seeing as they are out to make money, it would seem sensible for them to get rid of selection in order to, for example, have a bigger intake of pupils per year, which means more profit for them. This is a concern that the National Association of Grammar Schools has, which I share. They described it as stealth tactics in order to get rid of the remaining grammar schools over time. Now, the party which used to support grammar schools, traditionally over here, the Conservatives, are to blame, as I've already said, for their destruction over the years, just as much as the Labour governments. And I have my suspicions. A lot of you are pro-grammar school. But the point I am making is your national party is not. They have betrayed you yet again on another issue. There is only one party committed to improving social mobility for this country, and which supports selective education and grammar schools. And that party is the UK Independence Party. That's why I'm a member of it. It's UKIP. I'm sorry, but it is. Another reason.
Please let the councillor speak. Thank you.
This is another reason you don't have an overall majority, whether you like it or not, and that's why you're in coalition with the Liberal Democrats. And I urge this council, therefore, to support this motion, write to Michael Gove and help to protect one of our greatest assets in Lincolnshire before it is too late. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Victoria Ayling, you wish to second?
Right to speak.
Thank you very much indeed. I have four speakers. They're climbing as I look at the screen. 5. Councillor John Marriott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Councillor Hunter-Clark, but I've got to give you a short history lesson. I realise that your experience is fairly limited in education terms. Absolutely, yeah. Unfortunately, my experience, my lifetime actually reflects the history of state education in this country. I was born in 1943, a year before the Butler Act, which was put into place in spite of the country being really up against it in the war against Hitler. It was brought in, there were mistakes made at the time, but basically the mistake was that it didn't emphasize the grammar technical schools, which were supposed to be included within the package of the tripartite system. When I passed the 11 plus in 1955, I went to a boys' grammar school in Leicester. I had no choice. That was the way things were. But I can remember in my primary school class, 4 boys and 6 girls passed. The scholarship, as we used to call it then. The rest failed, and it was failure because they went to the local sec mod. They were consigned almost to the scrap heap. Now, there was a consensus, Mr. Chairman, in the 1950s and 60s that selection at 11 was wrong, and successive education ministers, starting with Sir Edward Boyle and Anthony Crossland, decided that it was the end of grammar schools if possible. Mrs. Thatcher actually closed more schools as Secretary of State than any other thing. But most of the grammar schools disappeared in the 70s. You'll find, Councillor Hunter Clark, that since then, there have been very few grammar schools closed. Now, Lincolnshire decided to keep its grammar schools. Fair enough. But I would say this, we've had more problems with our secondary schools than we have with the grammar schools. Now, I know for a fact that this Conservative administration supports the grammar schools. I don't. I would vote not to abolish them because, unfortunately, the buildings aren't there. We can't do it in Lincolnshire anymore. It's too late. It's gone. But I'm pretty certain that the Conservative administration support it. I don't, because I know the success of comprehensives. I taught for most of my career in comprehensives, and I had a student not many years ago in North Kesteven School that got the 2nd highest mark in the whole of the country for Cambridge University A-level German. Now, he was a product of a comprehensive school. You're not telling me he was not very clever. He went on to Cambridge and got a first. It can be done, Mr. Chairman. The big problem we have is that back in the 70s, politicians trusted the education establishment to run their schools, and they let them down because they allowed the academic side to wither. What they didn't do equally is emphasize the vocational side, and that's where the problem arises. So the answer isn't grammar schools. The answer is proper education for everybody for their own strengths, and that's what I will
Thank
support.
you very much indeed, Councillor Marriott. I'm now going to call on Councillor Sarah Dodds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's really interesting, this motion, because you talk in the motion and have talked today about grammar schools being a way of encouraging social mobility, but the evidence for that just does not stack up. The Sutton Trust in November 2013 did a review of the number of free school meal children in grammar schools as opposed to non-selective schools. Only 2.7% of grammar school places were taken up by children on free school meals, as opposed to 17.5% in non-selective schools. It just doesn't add up. It doesn't stack up that they are this engine of social mobility. What we're talking about here, what should be sustained and really serious efforts to narrow that gap between the most affluent, the least affluent, and other disadvantaged children. And if we look at what actually works, the evidence is quite clear. The evidence says that we do not look at structures, we do not look at academies, we do not look at grammar schools. What we concentrate on is things that work. What we look at is teaching and learning and the quality of leadership within the schools. And if we really want to narrow the gap, that's where we will focus. We will also focus on things that we absolutely know work. That is collaboration, not competition between schools. It is not in interventions that lead some schools to do better at the expense of other schools and at the expense of other pupils. It's school improvement that, as I say, focuses on teaching and learning and leadership, but also tackles wider inequality within the community as well, and is serious in looking at that. Structured changes do not narrow the gap. If I can turn to a report that was out in 2010 by the British Education Research Association on narrowing the gap, this is what they say. Beyond The result of selection on other schools is that they are left with increasing proportions of students from less advantaged backgrounds, and this can push them into a spiral of decline. For example, less successful schools often have surplus places and so find themselves obliged to admit students who have been excluded. These factors present schools where attainment was already low with even greater challenges. What we need to be focusing on is not grammar schools. What we should be doing is reaffirming our commitment to all pupils in all schools, and that we actually look at the evidence of what works on the ground, and that isn't by overanalyzing the structures that are in place.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm picking up some more interference from mobile phones. Could you please check that they are either switched off or switched to silent, please? Next speaker is Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you, Chairman. You probably all got the message by now that my family was really poor. I was the son of a coal miner, who was the son of a coal miner, who was the son of a coal miner. My destiny was to, guess what, go down the coal mines. But I passed the 11 plus, and I went to Hemsworth Grammar School. Now, we had a lot of kids at that grammar school from council house estates. A lot of us, including me, were on free school meals. And most of us did all right. Maybe not looking at me, but the others did okay. We talk about being socially mobile. A fairly high percentage went to Oxbridge. And most of us scattered away from the district after grammar school to go to either jobs or further education. We're proud to have as two sons of the school, Michael Parkinson and a well-known Yorkshire cricketer whose name I can't remember. Oh, whatever, yeah, Jeff Boycott. but no, seriously, the idea of dumbing down by not streaming, by not separating according to ability, has been up and hopefully is being dragged down now as an idea that just has no merit whatsoever. It's no good trying to run a class as fast as the slowest pupil. I joined the army and did technical training, and during that technical training we started with 30 people doing electronics. 8 of us passed. Now they found jobs at not a low level but a different level for the people who didn't make the grade. But it was streamed, it had to be streamed. And those of us who stayed with it just kept going at the same enormously high pace of learning. If we'd have been forced to learn as fast as the slowest, we'd have never made the grade. Now, yes, it's right, I think Sarah's quite right in saying that comprehensives and other schools shouldn't be left behind and shouldn't be dumped with low-level teaching and low-level aspirations, but I'm a strong believer in selection and streaming, whether it be for sports. Thank goodness we now started to do sports at schools where people are allowed to win, and the same with education. Thank you.
May I do that, please?
Yes, certainly. Yes, go ahead.
I hate to sound pedantic, but we must differentiate between setting and streaming. I'm sorry, you need to be aware that most schools set, which is based on individual subjects. Like I was lousy at maths, I was brilliant at languages, but I was stuck in the top set for maths, and I did appalling. You probably heard some of my comments. We need to establish that most schools set, and there is selection in comprehensives. Of course there is, on ability in something, but they don't stream. Grammar schools might stream, comprehensives set, but there's a difference. You can be good at one subject and in the A stream, and you've got to be in the A stream for everything. But most state schools set.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Councillor Merritt. Councillor Martin Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't be supporting this motion because, frankly, it's nonsense, really, because the preamble is that somehow the implication that this council rightly is somehow against grammar schools. Whether you believe in selective education or not, that statement is patently nonsense, because it is a clear policy of this council. We have 15 grammar schools, and in the past, right up to the present day, every time there has been threat to grammar schools, this council has stood up for them. We have got no plans to get rid of any councils, and indeed the government, Michael Gove, has also made it quite clear he has no intention of getting rid of any grammar schools, and indeed they are allowed to expand, but there is a moratorium on new grammar schools. So I can't accept the whole premise of this debate, because it's a nonsense anyway. The only thing I'll also say is, actually, ironically, do you know who the biggest threat to grammar schools are in the country at the moment? UKIP. UKIP. I'll tell you why. Because if enough people vote for UKIP and then allow either a Labour government to be elected. No, I'm sorry. They may laugh, but the issue is, if you end up with a Labour government, and where I accept Councillor Hunter Clark is right, you end up with a Labour government because enough people vote UKIP, I'll tell you what will happen. That will be the end of grammar schools, because unfortunately, because of the academy system, there is then no protection between a Labour Secretary of State, or indeed a Lib Dem Secretary of State. There is no protection for the schools anymore. There is no local authority in the way who can block it. So it's ironic. I understand where they're coming from, but it's like a lot of things. Vote UKIP, you'll end up with Labour. They don't like to hear it, but that's exactly what will happen. Well,
thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hill. My next speaker is Councillor Phil Dilks.
Chairman, I do find those comments ironic. I've got to say, after the last elections that we had in Lincolnshire, people voted UKIP in parts, and they got UKIP. Well, they got what they voted for, didn't they? Martin said, there'd be no protection with the local authority, but this authority has given away, majority of schools to academies, and we've got, we no longer have, in my view, certainly not the same. We don't look after the schools as we used to do. I actually support Mr. Cameron in this on the grammar schools. The last time some right-wing nutter came out and said they wanted to build more grammar schools, I think it was MP in Buckinghamshire or somewhere, Mr. Cameron came out and said he thought it was wrong, and the quote was, he thought it was wrong to separate children at the age of 11 into goats and sheep. I'm not sure if I was a goat or a sheep. I failed my 11 plus. I was proud to go to the Robert Pattinson Secondary Modern School, as was later became a comprehensive under, I think, Mrs. Thatcher. Mrs. Thatcher, I'm finding myself in agreement with Cameron and Thatcher. The person that brought the person that brought in most comprehensive schools in this country was, of course, Mrs. Thatcher. That's what she did. I've got to say, I actually support parental choice in these matters, and I think we shouldn't sort of move away from that. But one of the issues, rather than I won't be supporting the motion, what worries me about the grammar school system, partial system that we've got, is not every kid gets access to it, whether or not they pass the 11 plus. Across Lincolnshire. I deliberately chose to send my children to my local comprehensive school because it was my local school, and I'm very proud, as a father, that I've got two daughters who are fantastic primary school teachers. So don't tell me that you only get quality out of grammar schools. You don't. Comprehensive schools actually can do a good job. I said I failed my 11 plus. I'll tell you why I failed. Or why the head teacher, Mr. Loday, told me I failed. He said that I had an essay to write. You had to write an essay in those days, and it was a day at Piccadilly Circus, and I wrote about the lions and the tigers because I'd never been. But I can't let the moment go. Look, this Conservative administration, they're never going to, they support the grammar schools. They're not going to change that. It was bad enough getting them to change the Stanford Endowed schools, and we're still paying for it. I was on a bet to see if I could get that in, Martin, and I. But I'm pleased that that is on a tape.
Thank you, Councillor Dilks. Your time is now up. Thank you very much. Next speaker I've got is Councillor Marianne Overton.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, just to say that with schools, it should be that all schools are good, and I know that our council and other people work very hard to make sure that they are. And I think that is the critical point about this, and I do accept and respect the comments made earlier on this. If we are talking about choice, however, and that has been something that's been driven very hard and is apparently something we should be all wanting and needing, and actually different children may have different inclinations and do better in a different atmosphere or a different environment that is specialising and encouraging a different aspect. So actually that's why we have schools that specialise in business or arts, or indeed in an academic atmosphere. And so I actually believe that we should have grammar schools, but we do need them to be all schools to be supported, because the quality is good in all schools, and that's what's so important for us. There shouldn't be any excuse of one being at the expense of another. I know we have youngsters in my area who have passed their 11+ and choose not to go to the grammar school. They still choose to go to one of the other academies because it has different aspects that they prefer. It is a better environment for them, either it's arts or whatever it is that's better about it. It suits them better, and they do excellent results and very good work from that. One of the ways in which our council does, however, to some extent, interestingly, influence people's choices is that in my area, for example, a child can have free transport, but not to the grammar school. The nearest school, of course, isn't a grammar school, so they actually, if they want free transport, they have to go to that one. And bearing in mind the costs of transport now, that can actually be an influencing factor. So it might be something, when we do look at school transport, which I understand is likely to be on the agenda in the future, that's one of the unfairnesses, if you like, that we might want to look at. So in consequence, I would like to support grammar schools. Everybody will make their own mind up, but it's very much about making sure that it is part of a selection of excellent schools which we want to provide for all children in Lincolnshire.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got to admit to being a failure as well. That's how it goes in life. Consigned at 11 to the scrap heap. And of course, as a mover of the motion, never ever spoke about those children that don't get to the grammar school. Now, you know, I had my education given to me when I started my apprenticeship by craftsmen who knew what they were doing, who were highly skilled, who'd got this country through 2 world wars, working extraordinary hours, doing extraordinary things. And I had technical training as well at the technical college. And, you know, that technical training should stand you in good stead. And when I worked at the power station and I was under the turbine which was steaming away, trying to get some bolts undone, we took a breather. Senior engineer, who was one of the best managers I've ever worked with, came along and said, what are you doing? I said, well, you know, working out the coefficient friction of these bolts. And he said, expletive, get them undone, please. So sometimes the technical side doesn't really matter. What is of great benefit is I've seen at Siemens a transformation over the years. I did a National Training Award assessment of a young woman apprentice, saw her in action, saw the work she'd done, and one of my lads came over to me and said, can I have a quiet word? And I thought, here we go. Gonna hear all the normal sort of dogma. Listen, I said, what? She's one of the best apprentices I've ever dealt with. That's the true stage of improvement that we've reached in this country. That young woman is going out in the field now, working on customers' engines, proving that there is no division. And what we want to see introduced is this artificial division, saying at that age you consign this way or that way. It's wrong. Look at Germany, look at the vocational training they do, look how they protect their manufacturing base. That's how the UK would earn money. Look at Lincoln now from what it was in the 80s. Hardly any companies left. Now we are very reliant on the Siemens, the Toyotas and the Rolls-Royce. And it must be very dangerous for those with grammar school education to get on an aircraft, look out the wings and think, God, them engines were put together by blokes in scruffy blue overalls that might not have got GCSEs.
Thank you very much indeed. Next councillor is Councillor Patricia Bradwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, grammar schools aren't under threat, Councillor Hunter Clark, and they never have been since there's been a Conservative administration here. We've always supported our grammar schools, and you've been very lucky to go to Skegness Grammar School. But, you know, that we can show we support them. We have a separate designated transport system for just grammar schools. We've got 2 transport systems in the county.
The local Tory administration here does not support grammar schools. What I'm asking for is that we reaffirm our commitment in light of if you read the motion, it doesn't say that. Just if you speak to the motion.
Thank you for clarifying that. Please continue, Councillor Bradwell.
I think everybody across... No, the grammar school head teachers know we support them. And also, I think people who send their children there. In Lincolnshire, as Councillor Dodds has said, we have a whole range of educational offer for people who go to secondary schools. We've got good comprehensive schools, good secondary schools, good grammar schools. I think we have an excellent offer. And like Councillor Jackson said as well, we can't forget the vocational education that children want. But actually, I do think, and we're quite proud, that the fact that we've still got 15 grammar schools offering excellent education to young people in Lincolnshire. And, you know, I think whilst there's a Conservative administration, or a Lincolnshire administration, then we will be supporting our grammar schools. And I don't really feel that we need to reaffirm our commitment. I think people in Lincolnshire know that we're very committed to that education.
Thank you very much indeed. The last speaker I've got is Councillor Redshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've tried to stay out of this debate because I'm a teacher myself, as John is, and I think I owe it to the kids I've taught for a long, long time to say something. And although I will vote against the motion simply because it's not necessary, because I can vouch for the fact that Lincolnshire County Council does support grammar schools against my own personal feelings. But they do a good job with that, I'm afraid. But the fact is that I think we're underestimating the amount of damage that grammar schools do. It's all right for the elite, the people who attend grammar schools, but those that don't, believe you me, it affects them for life. They actually, through their school career, they accept themselves as second rate. And I'm in a very fortunate position of having taught in both secondary schools and comprehensive schools as well as grammar schools. And the irony, the tragedy is that there is no difference in the kids that you're teaching. But all grammar schools do is they look for that academic sort of ability at aged 11. They don't allow for the development of the person to take place and for them to actually find their own feet and find their own talents. Because once they do find that, of course, you discover that there's not just one intelligence, there's several intelligences, and children can succeed. But once you've put them into a secondary school because they're not good enough to go to the grammar school, that's enough to put them down forever. And they will not then aspire to what they could achieve. And we must look for a way of making sure that every child succeeds and feels as though they are succeeding, and never are in a position to feel that failure that they are condemned to at 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Victoria Ayling, you reserve the right to speak. Do you wish to speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm actually going to take each point that was brought up during the debate one by one. I'm still supporting this motion and to reaffirm the support of grammar schools. I think it's a disgrace if nobody does this. Councillor Marriott, how patronising, a short history lesson to my colleague here. I'm younger than you, quite a bit younger, but not that young. And I have a lot of experience too of education. And Councillor Hunter Clark speaks for all ages, I suspect, in supporting grammar schools. I'm not running down non-selective schools, as they are an invaluable alternative for children who can't get into grammar schools. I was educated in the private sector before being put in the state school because my parents ran out of money. I failed my 11 plus. I was hopeless. I was the worst one in Surrey. And those that passed were put into the grammar schools. So I went to what's now known as a secondary modern or a comprehensive. I did very well at my comprehensive. I had terrible problems with science and maths. Girls without such issues would have been held back by me, even in the A stream, which I was, because they were better at it. I got the help I needed and became a barrister. The girls who didn't need it did not get held back by children like myself who may well have done, and they did well at the grammar. I have 3 sons, one with special needs. One went to a grammar school, one went to the local comprehensive or community school, and the other is at a special school. All 3 schools are excellent, and there is a choice, and my children are getting the best choice because of that. Streaming would not work in itself. I had streaming. I was in the A group for maths, me, for goodness sake. That told me, even in those days, that children at the grammar would have been held back by me and that their education would be more appropriately done at the grammar. So I'm sorry, Councillor Marriott, don't give me a short history lesson about education. Councillor Dodds just goes on about poverty. Free school meals as a gauge of success, not results. Typical dogma. Even in our own statistics, poor children are getting in the grammar.
Upsetting me with their aggressiveness. It's just like being at home.
If you find my dulcet tones rather unnerving, but I'll tell you what, I bet you're all awake listening to me.
Yeah,
Councillor Hill.
You've got 20 seconds left,
Right,
Councillor
I
Haley.
just
Thank you.
Okay, 15 seconds. I support the motion. I don't care what background someone comes from, how rich they are. Everyone should have the same opportunities. And I'm not against anyone privileged enough to go to private schools, but the grammars serve those that aren't lucky enough to go to private schools, and the non-selective schools are a brilliant alternative. So I support this motion to
Thank you very much indeed. If you have to, Councillor Marriott.
Now.
Is it is it a quick one?
Lib Dems don't.
Is it a quick one?
Very quick. The term comprehensive and sec mod are not interchangeable.
Thank you. Order, please. Councillor Robin Hunter-Clark, do you wish to respond before we go to the vote?
I do wish to respond. Thank you, Chairman. Well, not one backbench Tory councillor spoke on the motion. You're all looking very worried, actually, at what Councillor Hill and Councillor Bradwell have just said. Because I bet you sat there looking at the motion and you're thinking, well, I agree with everything that's in there, reaffirming our commitment, perhaps writing to make sure that grammar schools aren't under threat, you know, because your constituents might be a little bit worried. But, of course, let me finish, Councillor Hill. Let me finish. This motion is not. This motion.
Yeah, please let the councillor speak. Thank you.
I know I'm the youngest one, but you don't have to bully me, right? Well, that's what it is. This motion is about reaffirming our commitment and ensuring that grammar schools go nowhere. And it's okay. I don't want your reassurance, Councillor Bradwell, because I want the Secretary of State for Education's commitment, and I want it in a letter sent to us. That's what I don't want your word on it. I want his word on it directly. That's what I'm asking. I'll tell you what the message is here. No, please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Address his remarks through the chair.
Chairman,
please have some order, please. Councillor Robin Hunter-Clark, please continue. Thank you.
Thank you. My message, and Councillor Hill got his message across, my message is if you want grammar schools, then you vote for...
Can we have some quiet, please?
If the people of Lincolnshire want grammar schools, I'm going to get my message across now, then you vote UKIP. And if you vote UKIP, you get UKIP, because that's what the people of Lincolnshire did in May, and that's what they will continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to go to the vote now. It's been proposed, been seconded. Have you 15 members? If you're quick, have you 15? No, we're going to go for a show of hands. All those in favour of the motion, please raise their hands. All those against? Any abstentions? That motion has clearly been lost. We'll now move on to the last item of the agenda for the day. Councillor Mrs. Austin.
Thank you, Chairman. If there's any who are choosing to stay. Right. Wow. David Cameron came up with an offer that any cash-strapped council surely can't refuse, can't turn down. The go-ahead to retain 100% of business rates and councils overall to benefit possibly to the tune of around £1.7 million. Wow, what an offer for local government. However, not so fast. That relates to councils who grant planning permission for fracking, for the extraction of shale gas. I'm extremely pleased that the Councillor Development Group is just now offering a training session for elected members on that very topic. Interestingly, that was made public just about a month after our group worded this particular motion. It's very good, but it doesn't actually render this motion unnecessary. Because if anything, I feel it recognises it reinforces the recognition that this council must be seen to be one whose decisions are made by fully informed members. And surely no one in this council chamber can reject this proposal. I'm not here to explain fracking to you, hydraulic fracturing to give it its full name. As we know, every council chamber contains individuals who are experts on absolutely everything, and this one is no exception, although I've had my illusion slightly shattered by the odd member who said today that he was hopeless at maths. But there are others who are still experts on everything. Right, very simply though, fracking. It involves drilling down vertically, going horizontally through layers of rock for an appropriate distance, then pumping in large quantities of water, sand, chemicals to crack the rock open, and bingo, you extract the gas. Well, if it was that easy, but it's not. Right, this isn't about should we have fracking or not. Most of the experience, if you look on the internet, relates to the USA. Any website will give you the benefits or the horror stories. It just depends which sites you visit and what angle they wish to put over. You're very, very hard pushed to find a neutral account on the internet, but the pros and cons abound. Now, I'm not going to bore you with statistics, you'll be pleased to hear, even though I am a mathematician. Right, I'll limit myself to 4 very simple statistics. Right. Vertical drilling usually goes for between 1,500 and 4,000 metres. Each fracture contains between 1 and 8 million gallons of water. Wells need anything up to 400 tankers to bring the water, and they use about 40,000 gallons of assorted chemicals, uranium, mercury, formaldehyde, together with a lot of sand. Now, there are benefits to getting fuel in this way, although some are perhaps questionable. We could be less dependent upon imported fuel, fair enough, that's good. Existing wells can be used, it can create jobs in our county, but not necessarily for local people. If they're very specialised, we don't know. It could reduce CO2 emissions, but there's a lot of tanker journeys involved. Then there's possible undesirable effects and scare stories when you look at the internet. Can it cause local earthquakes? What happens to all that contaminated water? Can it be safely stored in lagoons? What happens if it leaches into the groundwater, contaminating drinking water supplies? And how successful is the process? Reportedly, there's only been a 50% success rate in Lancashire. Right, most of us are not in an informed position to make any informed judgment, and I see the Council Development Initiative as being just the start of that process. We need, as councillors, to be informed, and when we draw up statements and policies, these should be member-led by properly informed councillors. Every site's different, and we have a duty to our communities to ensure that the full implications are made clear before any planning decisions are made. We all are stewards of the natural environment of Lincolnshire, and therefore it is right that full council should be in agreement about any crucial policies. Our decisions in this council...
Can we have just one meeting, please? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Our council could be the apocalypse of our beautiful county rather than it being its salvation. It's up to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Austin. Councillor Marianne Overton.
And I'll reserve my right to speak till just before the end in second.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Colin Davey.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I know it's been a long day for everyone here. This is going to be an incredibly important issue for Lincolnshire, and I do not want it dealt with in this manner. I think it's the wrong way to go. We are going to have a major councillor development session on the 4th of April. As the motion puts on item 2, we believe communities deserve the opportunity to be informed. Well, who is the best people to inform your communities? You, the councillors. You don't know enough, I don't know enough about the various processes involved, the environmental impacts of certain techniques that are used with fracturing. So that is why we've set up the development session. It's going to have people from the Department of Energy and Climate Change, people from the Health and Safety Executive and the Environment Agency. And that is the forum where you can learn about what this is all about. I have to tell you, we already have 30 oil and gas sites in Lincolnshire already drilling, already removing this material out of the ground. And this is just a different way of taking it out. Whether it is safe or not is a planning consideration. The members of the planning committee will determine any application to test drill or to take out the gas. So the first thing we do is train you about the big issues, the environmental impacts, and what you need to be looking for if an application comes in to an area that you represent. And I think this is the right way to go. We're not going to support this because it needs to be a proper process. It starts with giving you the information, and you can challenge the experts with the questions you have. Reading stuff on the internet is not going to help you deal with residents in Lincolnshire who have concerns about this stuff. You need to have the information for yourself from the experts. So that is where I will stand on this. I would also say that there are no applications. We have no notification of any applications for Lincolnshire. I suspect there will be some. I suspect they will come later this year, early next year. So we have plenty of time to get everyone well trained. But the planning committee will have to determine these applications. Therefore, we will provide additional training on this to members of the planning committee, the environment scrutiny committee, and any other committee that needs to look at it. I do not want a debate that's led by hysteria. I want a debate that's led by knowledge, by fact, and information. So we're not going to support this. Please come to the session on the 4th of April. Learn about it for yourself, because you're all going to be involved in the process going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David. I've still got 7 speakers altogether. Next speaker is Councillor Nev Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Davies identified the development session and the people that were invited. There's one group that I would like to see attendant at that meeting, and that's a geologist. We're talking about issues here that really require that specialist knowledge of the physical structure of the earth. I accept any form of energy has its problems. Coal, pollution, nuclear, well, there's certain elements there it's going to take many years to dissolve. Wind farms, they're not liked. We now have mainly in this country gas-fired power stations, mainly. We're solely beholden to other regimes whether or not we get some of that fuel. So I'm not close to fracking. I've had one presentation in the local government pension forum which indicated what could go wrong, what the impact would be on the shares of the company. That's a separate issue. That's to do with the pension structure and mobility of pensions. But what we really ought to know is what are the dangers, and more importantly, what is the control regime that will be put in place? Because every time I hear that industry needs less regulations, I start to get worried. We had less regulations with asbestos. It's killing hundreds of thousands of people now. Let's have a full debate, knowing the facts, knowing that there will always be dangers, and knowing that our county, and certainly my water, comes from under the ground, not in a reservoir, as in some localities, and you know, we know that a certain amount of fracking in its minor way goes on for oil extraction. You know, if we could have that debate, then at least each of us can then make our own minds up, and on the day when we have to consider whether we are pro or for, at least we're as best armed as we possibly can be when we cast the votes.
Thank you very much indeed. Next speaker I have is Councillor Martin Trollope-Bellew.
Thank you, Chairman. Having read this motion, I feel that it's very much the cart before the horse. We have got this training session on the 4th of April. People who are coming are experts, health and safety executive and everything else. I mean, we've all heard about the potential horrors of fracking. I presume, actually, years ago, they were saying about the same about onshore oil exploration. And Lincolnshire is the largest producer of oil, onshore oil. There hasn't been any problem. Doesn't necessarily mean there isn't going to be. I'm afraid I just think this is too soon, and if everybody attends the 4th of April, we can have an informed debate on it. Because at the moment, you're either for it or against it. At the moment, I don't know enough about it to be either. Being on the planning committee, we will get extra training. An informed decision is worth 5 uninformed decisions. I'm afraid I can't support this motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Martin Trollope-Bellew. Next speaker I have is Councillor Charmaine Morgan.
Thank you. I believe that the original request for training actually came out of a conversation I had with Councillor Fleetwood. Oh no, it was a different one. Okay, well we did have a very similar conversation where we were discussing fracking and planning committee and some of the decisions that we would have to face in the future. I think that one of the key concerns that I have about the training proposed, which I have flagged already, is that it's all government agencies talking to us, and we do know that it is controversial and there are different lines of opinion, and we do know that generally, based on the licences being granted, the government is in favour of fracking. I myself am currently open-minded on the subject, so I'm generally an environmentalist, so I'm watching with concern. What concerns me more, though, is the amount of say we have as a local authority on this subject, and I think it's actually the most important thing. When we were at our last planning committee, we were advised by the officers we would in effect have to be guided by government policy because we've got no local policies in place. Now I think actually that's what we should be worrying about and should be looking at. If we have fracking coming to our county, if it's something that, you know, no ordinary planning reason could stop it, shouldn't we be saying where we think it's acceptable to have it and perhaps where we don't? And that to me is what we should really be focusing on. It's that policy gap. And we could really do with a sustainable policy, energy policy, looking at all of the forms of energy and where it's appropriate they come from and where it isn't. I can only use my experience in South Kesteven District Council, where we've had a huge amount of debate around wind turbines, where it's appropriate to have them, where it isn't. And I think exactly the same thing applies here. And the only say we can really have will be when we write our policy, because if we haven't got it, when we sit there in committee, as members of that committee, there'll be one thing we'll be guided by. That's the government policy, and do we want to leave it to that?
Thank you very much, indeed, Councillor Morgan. Next speaker I have is Councillor Lewis Strange.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Won't keep anybody very long, but I just want to assure Councillor Mrs. Austin that our committee, Environmental Scrutiny, has already got tabled regularly onwards from 3 months ago fracking issues to be brought up at any time that we can when something arises, because believe you me, Councillor Mrs. Austin, I for one as Chairman very much aware of this is an ongoing matter which can be huge for our county, huge as an environmental risk or huge as a great asset. We shouldn't just kick it into the long grass because there may be a problem. We have to investigate it at great length and bring in people from geology, as been said, and really go, and I do thank goodness that we're doing it, and with great respect, I much prefer to see the County Council handle this huge matter than the various district councils, because I think we have more access and some more cash, if necessary, to put behind getting the best people right. Don't worry about it, Mrs. Austin. Councillor Davey and myself and others, and our Vice Chairman, Mrs. Ayling, will make sure that your fears are put to bed, and we really will look at it regularly.
Thank you very much indeed. The next speaker I have is Councillor Steve Palmer.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Like Councillor Lewis Strange, I won't keep you long. I think this is an important matter, obviously. When you look at wind farms, I'm still trying to get my head round them, let alone this, especially as new things are coming out, such as the ultra-low frequencies AM and the new rulings coming for guidance to districts on that issue, which is really only now surfacing. So, and wind farms are all over the place already. So fracking to me is another really important issue, but it is one this county council can get to grip with because it's not a district matter. So our planning will be looking at it. And in my view, information is king. The more information us as councillors can have on this, the more we can talk to our constituents and reassure them or whatever, inform them of what's going on. So I don't see the problem in this motion. There is no timescale on it. It doesn't say it's got to be debated at the next meeting or anything. So all we're asking is for maximum information to councillors, and I do welcome the training on this that's coming up in April. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Next speaker I have is Councillor Phil Dilks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I listened to this debate at the start, I hadn't decided which way I was going to vote, but it's a pretty strange day. I find myself agreeing with Councillor Davey, and I welcome the initiative. Come and sit next to you, sit on your knee. You would, Martin, you wouldn't want me in your group. You think you got trouble now? If you got, you think trouble now. But no, I do welcome the day's seminar that you're going to have. And I will try to attend, to get a day off work to attend that. And I welcome the caution that the administration is sort of seemingly looking at on fracking. But it is, as colleagues, as Councillor Lewis Strange has said, it is a huge issue. And Councillor Strange said, you know, the committee is already sort of going to look at it. Don't worry about it. We'll look at. Well, fine if you are. I don't see anything wrong with the motion, I've got to say, and I haven't been convinced not to vote against the motion, so I find myself I'm going to vote for it. And you know, I don't see anything wrong with saying that the scrutiny and planning committees should be looking at this. in some depth, not just in the one-day thing. That's part of what the whole council will do, but I'd like some people to go away and look at it in real depth over a period and listen to a lot of evidence, not just one geologist, you know, a number of them, to see how it relates to Lincolnshire. You know, the Prime Minister's been here and you know, he came to Gainsborough, wherever it was, and sort of made an announcement. It's coming to Lincolnshire, and you know, we do. I'm not an expert either, as most of us have said. I actually find myself agreeing with Councillor Chollett Ballou, if he's awake, as well. That neither of us are experts on it. None of us are. I'm certainly not, and I don't know enough. I don't want to, you know, do the knee-jerk one way or the other. I don't know enough about it, and I can't get enough information about it. So I welcome, you know, Councillor Davies' seminar, but I also think it is right that I support Councillor Mrs. Austin's proposal, and I don't think, you know, I would ask the administration not to vote against it for the sake, because it's just come from an independent. You know, if there's nothing in here that you can't vote against, let's do it.
Thank you very much indeed. I've got 2 speakers left now. Councillor Colin Mayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know by now, I have experience with coal mining. Well, not straight from school. And he said he'd kill me if I set one foot in that machine. But we have to be aware that you can do all the scrutiny you want. You can have all your planning committees listening to all the rosy, glowy promises that the company makes when they're going to build a coal mine, as my experience was. Then you give them planning permission. Then they build the mine, they go down, they go in the direction they said they'd go, then they turn sharp left. They go under Saxon churches, they go under villages, which even if they aren't subsiding, are blighted for 10 years because they might subside. And the same with fracking. We must make sure that measures are in place, not only to train us. By the way, Councillor Hill, you've not said that today, but I welcome the opportunity to be trained on fracking. But no, seriously, to monitor and scrutinise these people when they start operations, so that they don't come up too high, so that they don't pull a sharp left and do what the heck they want, with us being totally blind to their operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mark Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think there are a couple of points I'll make on this particular motion, and I've read it and read it and read it, and I'm not entirely clear where it would leave us. I disagree with the first statement, but moving on to the main point, nobody would argue that communities deserve the opportunity to be informed. That's partly why we're here, so I don't think any of us would disagree with that. When we propose that the scrutiny and planning committees fully investigate the economic and environmental impact, of which application? They're all going to be different. So do you want us to investigate a generic overview of the possibilities? So therefore, effectively, as a planning committee, we will have predetermined any application that then comes forward because we'll have already put a line in the sand. I don't really feel that's going to be helpful to us. To us as a council, regardless of what may or may not have gone on before. I'm saying as I see it now, I don't particularly want to tie the hands of a planning committee by statements based on hearsay and on situations that haven't occurred regarding some fictitious planning applications in locations we don't know. It just is a dangerous thing. What we need is proper training, so that we can put the trust in the planning committee to do the job properly. We do this on all the other planning applications we have. If we learn one thing by coming to these meetings, is that we don't always, 100% of us, come to an agreement. We usually do, obviously, but not always do we get 100% of people agreeing. So what's the chances that we're going to get 100% of people agreeing on this? What we'll end up with is a majority decision. So you're going to have a split decision, putting together a policy based on something that hasn't happened yet, that then we're expecting a cross-party committee of planning to then try and implement. It just seems like a dangerous cocktail of ingredients to me.
Let's just have the training. Let's just trust in the system, trust in the committee. We've got some very, very good members from all sides who sit on planning. Let's just trust them to do the job.
Thank you very much, Steve. I've got one more speaker just popped up, Councillor John Marriott.
I mean, it's not really, I don't want to speak for very long. I just wanted to say that it would seem to me, Mr. Chairman, that Mrs. Austin's already made the point that their motion was prepared before we agreed to have the seminar. Surely the best thing for them to do will be to bring this back after 6 months, once we've had our seminar, or alternatively, if they really want to be cooperative, just withdraw the motion now, let us have the seminar, then let's decide what we want to do when we know what the facts are.
Thank you. No more speakers. Councillor Marion Overton, you reserve the right to speak. Do you wish to speak? Thank you.
Just to pick up a few points, really welcome and appreciate the debate that's gone on. I think everybody recognises that this is a really important issue for us in Lincolnshire, and everybody has agreed that it does need a real close examination and a proper look at all of the facts so that we can make the right decision. That's actually what our motion says. So it is hard to imagine how anybody could vote against it, I must admit, from what I've heard today. We have suggested that very thorough investigation, proper process, as was suggested by Councillor Davey. That's what we're asking for, and bringing it back to full council at a date that's appropriate to make sure that all members are able to make up their own minds. So actually everybody appears to have spoken in favour of the motion. I think it's a bit disingenuous, Councillor Jones's comments about the suggestions that we might be doing this and that, which we're not. He created a really good argument for not having any policies at all, bearing in mind that you do need to look at issues, you need to look at all of the facts around a type of process and look at where you want to go with that. The suggestion that the planning committee will be left to make up the decision as to whether it's safe or not is not our experience. That's not what we've seen when it came to wind turbines, where we do have a statement, or any other things. It's very much about making sure that you understand the issues properly in advance of any actual decisions that need to be making. It is new technology, and with that comes a lot of new questions in our minds, as has been mentioned. My area is the one that had the proposal for the 8,000 dairy cows. And I must admit, the first time that this was presented, we were just going to have a dairy, it'd be a big one, and you know, you couldn't immediately say that wasn't a good idea, because that's you know, dairy and it's an agricultural area, it sounds okay. And then you start to look at the size of it, and a 1% leak from that was going to be 1 million litres of liquid into our aquifers. And suddenly, even if they paid us £1 million, that was not going to replace the aquifer. So it just makes us suddenly realise just how significant and how far-reaching can be the effects of these applications. Regarding the monitoring and control of it, and I have got some papers that are produced by the government on this, and this particular question about the regulation, it states that we will be looking towards the Environment Agency in England to be responsible for that. And they'll be working to the Health and Safety Executive to ensure the wells are constructed to a high standard. So the regulatory system is it's the Environment Agency. So, you know...
Councillor Overton, your time is up, unfortunately.
Thank you. So all in all...
Thank you. Thank you. Before we go to the vote, Councillor Austin, do you wish to respond?
Yes, I would
Thank
like
you.
to respond. Right, thank you. Almost all of you, in fact, agreed with what I said. Two people actually misinterpreted. One very disappointingly, Councillor Davey. I was asking for a process. And the last thing I want is for people to be relying on the internet. That is what I said. You can't believe that. That is why we want informed councillors. And that is why I am also so pleased about the training that's going to take place, because we all need to be informed. Right, and planning to have additional training, yes, that is good. But like with wind farms, we need to have a policy. If you haven't got a policy, then any planning, granting or refusal is on very, very dodgy grounds. Now, I also didn't say about a timescale, but somebody fortunately did mention the timescale. I envisage this will be quite a long process because you're not going to draw up your policy overnight. So we must have a policy, and we want to make sure that all members understand that policy. And like wind farm policy, which I gather was brought to the full council for approval, for debate, I see that fracking is on a par with that. So, without a policy, planning is dodgy, and that we're not saying any planning is pre-decided, because it is the policy that will guide the steps, the process that is gone through in determining it. So I'm afraid, Councillor Jones, you've got things back to front in my mind. Right, so I'm just reiterating, I'm asking for a process, and that council development is the start. And from then on, a policy can be drawn up, and I look forward to perhaps having some involvement if appropriate. Anyway, that's for the future. Our training in a couple of months' time is the next thing, and I just ask that perhaps you would reconsider and support, or perhaps certainly not vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Austin. Councillor Hill, you've pressed your button. Is that a point of information? Thank you.
I understand that unlike wind turbines, we are the planning authority, so I think caution is very much the byword. I very much support the thrust of the principle that the motion does, but I think we need to be careful. And when the last but one speaker said we can somehow decide the safety of all fracking applications by having a collective corporate policy is incorrect. We can have a policy, but each one will have to be decided on its own merits, which planning. So I think we need to be careful. I sympathise. I understand that I don't wish to oppose what's happening, but I think there are some issues that we need to be very careful of. I think Councillor Davies just wanted if you're.
Councillor Davies, you pressed your button. Is it a point of information?
To perhaps ask the Chief Executive, he's probably not going to want to 10 to 4 in the afternoon, but you might have to, with the motion that's put before the Council in section 2.
Councillor Davies, could you put your microphone on, please? It should be on.
Sorry about that. I just want to take some advice from the Chief Executive before we go to a vote. In section 2 of the motion, it talks about that the Scrutiny and Planning Committees fully investigate the economic, etc., and publish their findings. I would just want to pick up the point Martin has raised and ask for a view. Should planning committees, who are likely to be the judge and jury of any application coming forward, be publishing views in advance of any applications? So in that case, I would urge you, therefore, this motion has to be. No, it's a legal. Some clarification.
Thank you, Chief Executive.
Chairman, the Council needs to be careful not to do anything which would fetter the discretion of the Planning Committee in making its decisions, and it must make its decisions on individual cases on their own merits.
Thank you. We've had the motion proposed and it's been seconded. Is it a point of order, Councillor Morgan?
Because I feel,
is it a quick one?
Yeah, I feel I was misinterpreted earlier there by Councillor Hill. I did not say that we would have come up with a policy that would. Oh, it wasn't me. I apologise. Okay.
Thank you. As I said, the motion has been proposed. It's been seconded. I intend to go to the vote now. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Any abstentions? Those against? That motion is clearly lost. It's been a long day, councillors. Thank you very much indeed for your attention. Have a safe journey home, and please collect any posts from your pigeonholes. Thank you.